I can. Can you hear me?
Thanks. Yep.
Thanks.
We're live right now so that everyone is aware.
This is Natasha Glauser, just doing a sound check.
Hi, Natasha.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the City of Waterloo Special Council meeting, Monday, February 22nd, 2021 at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Let's start off with a roll call, please, beginning with Ward 1.
Good afternoon, Councillor Hanmer, present.
Councillor Bodley, present.
Councillor Veith, present.
Councillor Bassick, present.
Councillor Henry, present.
Councillor Bonagore, present.
And the mayor's present too. Will be joined in progress by Councillor Freeman. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we are broadcasting from today, and many of us are gathering, is on the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. A moment of reflection. At the beginning of this council meeting, we pause to think about the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all our decisions. I'll now call for a disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. I see Councillor Henry has indicated, and Councillor Hanmer. Please go ahead, Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm declaring a pecuniary interest in relation to item 14A on the agenda. My spouse's employer has communicated to the city a pecuniary interest in this program.
Thank you, and please go ahead, Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you. I'm declaring a pecuniary interest in item 11D, the University Avenue Gateway Strategy Final Report, and also in 12B, removal of the holding symbol on Z-20-06 364 Woolwich Street, Sunvest Home Corp. Family member is a partner in the firm that is looking after these two projects for the city.
Excellent clarity. Thank you very much for that. I don't see any other hands up at the moment for pecuniary interest. I will note that we do have some planning matters, as Councillor Hanmer mentioned later on in this meeting. If any person watching would like to speak at the meeting on these planning matters, please call the clerk's office now at 519-747-8705. That's 519-747-8705. Next up, we have approval of minutes, and we have one set of minutes here, and I will look to councillors in Ward 1, Ward 2 to, well, first I'll stop and pause, see if there are any additions or changes to the minutes. Hearing none, I'll look for councillors in Ward 1, Ward 2 to consider taking this forward.
Thank you. It's Councillor Hanmer. Happy to move the approval of the January 18th, 2021 Special Council minutes, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley will second that and vote in favor as well.
Councillor Veith, in favor.
Sorry, Councillor Bassick, in favor.
Councillor Henry, in favor.
Councillor Bonagore, in favour.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries amongst the 7 of us currently present. Next up is delegations. And we have under item A, the Waterloo Region Immigration Partnership. Perry Kanem, chair of the Immigration Partnership, will be presenting. And we also have Tara Bedard, executive director, who's here for the question period. And we'll just wait for things to get set up.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor Jaworski. Can you hear me?
I think so, just cutting out for a bit, but continue on and I'll interrupt if I hear it's not loud enough or anything like that, Perry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, city councilors, city staff. I am Perry Karim, General Manager of Immigrant Services with YMCA of Three Rivers. and I am here today as Chair of Immigration Partnership Council to present you with the Immigration Partnerships Community Action Plan for 2020-2025, which partners from the City of Waterloo help develop, and to request the City of Waterloo's ongoing engagement and support of the work of the partnership. Was that clear?
It is. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I am noticing I am doing this presentation for the second time because you were with the regional group when I did the presentation, so I appreciate your patience with me.
It'll help get all the great information through to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Immigration Partnership is a collaboration of immigrant and Canadian residents and leaders from over 60 community settlement services, business, post-secondary, and municipal organizations across Waterloo region. We work together to create the conditions for immigrants to succeed and help build a welcoming, dynamic community. Numerous Waterloo City staff from the community services and economic development have collaborated in our work over the years, and we have deeply appreciated their participation and their partnership. Together, we have worked to develop our immigration strategy for Waterloo region, increase public awareness and support for immigration. Through the Global Migration Film Festival, grow knowledge and action to address racism in the region, improve language accessibility for residents who do not speak English, increase immigrant employment, and more. We have been grateful for the opportunity to support the city's developing work with newcomer seniors, and I would like to express the Immigration Partnership's strong support of your recent decision to invest in equity in an equity team within the city.
Hi, Julie. How are you?
We very much look forward to working together.
It's actually not bad.
Hello?
I just had a couple questions.
Yeah, I'm just checking with Julie on where the background noise is coming from. Just one moment, please.
Can we just ask everyone to make sure they're muted?
And as you can tell, Julie and I sit about 8 feet away from each other. Please go ahead, Perry. I think we'll have it covered now.
Thank you very much. We very much look forward to working together as that team develops and deepen our own work on anti-racist organizational changes through the Immigration Partnership. Next slide, please. Canada has, as you all might be aware by now, and you know previously, Canada has a very strong system of managed migration. It elects people from around the world based on their ability to contribute to Canada's economic success. It also provides fresh start to refugees and encourages family reunification. Significant research and data on immigration in Canada have shown that immigrants have helped build up communities across the country for generations, including here in Waterloo region. Without strong immigration, the economy will shrink. With the escalation of COVID-19 pandemic, Canada and Waterloo region's economy and social norms have been shaken, and immigration levels declined significantly in 2020. Permanent residents' arrivals were down over 35% in Waterloo region. And there was a significant disruption in the arrival of new temporary residents, such as international students. While everyone is impacted by the pandemic, we are not all impacted equally. The immigrant population in the region has been disproportionately impacted with the higher COVID incidence rates, disproportionate job loss, isolation, and more. Nevertheless, recognizing the importance of immigration to Canada's post-pandemic recovery and growth, the federal government recently renewed its commitment to immigration, announcing its intention to continue to grow immigration in the coming years, in part to make up for the lower arrival levels in 2020. Over the next 3 years, Canada will welcome over 1.2 million new permanent immigrants, in addition to many more temporary residents. One of the ways the federal government will achieve this goal is by transitioning more temporary residents, like international students and temporary foreign workers, to permanent residency. This makes our welcoming and inclusion of all immigrants in our community all the more important, whether they are permanent or temporary residents. So they choose the city of Waterloo and Waterloo region as their permanent home in Canada. Next slide, please. Now more than ever, we need a collaborative strategy and intentional approach to immigrant inclusion and community development, which we present today. We have listened to the opportunities, challenges, and directions shared with us by nearly 1,100 immigrants living across the region. We consider significant data on immigration trends and experiences and advice from our extensive network of partners. We work across sectors to create this plan, and it is made in Waterloo region, and it's focused on building community through immigration. Our vision is that immigrants in Waterloo region reach their full potential and contribute to creating a sustaining and thriving, prosperous community for everyone. Our community action plan identifies anticipated trends and environmental influences, the community challenges we aim to address, goals, and the collaborative strategies we will use to achieve them over the next 5 years. Together, we will positively impact settlement, work, and belonging experiences in Waterloo region's communities. As we made clear, through the community's resettlement of Syrian refugees in 2015 and 16, and is showing in the community's response to COVID-19, collaborative and cross-sectoral approaches lead to success. The Immigration Partnership and our many community partners are committed to doing our part to help the city of Waterloo and Waterloo region recover and rebuild by ensuring that we fully leverage the benefits of immigration and by setting up all immigrants in our communities for success and giving back. Next slide, please. The support and engagement of our area municipalities and elected officials in the work of the Immigration Partnership is crucial, and we offer our support to you in your work. On behalf of the Immigration Partnership Council, I invite your collaboration and request that Waterloo City Council does the following. Number one, endorse the community-developed regional strategy building community through immigration community action plan for 2020-2025. Number two, undertake to be informed advocates and leaders in welcoming, including, and engaging immigrants. Number three, commit to partnering with groups like the Immigration Partnership in the development of anti-racism strategies. Now that I am done with my ask, I would like to move to the last and final slide. And thank you for having me today. Tara and myself are looking forward to continuing to work with you on behalf of the partnership and support the city of Waterloo. And I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming on today. I do know that certainly through our staff, we have made those commitments to work together on endorsing what we do and the partnerships and my council's own personal involvements in the day when we can all get back together and attend great things like the Kitterby Multicultural Festival and even the online ones like Bring on the Sunshine. I'm trying to think of what Chinese New Year, a number of things that have happened over the past few weeks that really help us focus on building equity, inclusion, sense of belonging, and even going further with anti-racism initiatives and the equity initiatives that you mentioned here today. I'm going to look to my councillors to see if there are any questions or comments. And first up is Councillor Bonagor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I just want to thank you for coming today and bringing this reminder of all the work that we have to do together to make sure that we are helping everyone live their best life in the places that they choose. As an immigrant, I was looking for myself in that citizenship ceremony picture that you had. So I know how challenging it can be to come to a new country. I know how welcoming Waterloo can be as well. So I just look forward to kind of pushing this along with you and helping everyone just find a way to have a really rich life here. So thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barnabas.
Yeah, and I think you really hit the nail on the head. I think Tara would be able to correct me, but as we hit our new goals set by the province for 2050 in terms of number of residents and amount of employment, I am pretty sure it's in the six figures. We have to grow employment here by 100,000 in the coming decades. Tara, are you on the line?
She should be.
I am. Good afternoon, Mayor Jaworski.
Yeah, wasn't it something like we have to, find ways to create over 100,000 jobs here locally in the next by 2050 now? Is that the new rule? Did you hear that?
I haven't heard that directly, but with the projections that are being put out around population growth and labor force growth, the expectation is that the labor force is going to be growing significantly, and immigration will account for all new net labor force growth. So immigration is really an important piece of economic and community growth going forward.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good to hear the definitive answer there, Tara. I do have a question coming up from Councillor Vasic as well. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks so much for that presentation. My question is related to jobs, and just curious from your perspective and in your experience, if you see a role for municipalities in advocating for not de-skilling labor. Obviously, my words are not coming to me, but for supporting internationally trained people to be able to work here quicker. So just curious if you see a role for the municipality in that kind of work.
So, Tara, would you like me to go?
Why don't you start, Harry, and I will fill in around you if I think that there's anything else to add.
Sure. So the recommendations that we have presented in this presentation would be the first steps as municipality councillors to support the work of Immigration Partnership, definitely. We don't really know still what is the labor market need exactly in the coming few years. We do have a lot of projection, as mentioned previously. I would say working with employers is the area that we need support in the work of Immigration Partnership. Engaging employers, those and job creators to provide opportunities and employee newcomers. That includes the city hall itself, our government buildings and systems. The more our elected officials hire people with foreign credentials and engage diverse groups in their employment and within their staff, they will become role models for the rest of the community. That is one way. The other way also is to I don't know if there will be any sort of intensive or encouragement will be given to other people who will employ and help provide opportunities for newcomers and immigrants in the work that they're doing, but also ask us for feedback and support in whichever way we can when a question comes up or when an opportunity comes up. To know about the existence of this group, it will be really helpful. There are so many ways you can help, and I love that question. But I think these were few points, and I would like to ask Tara to add more.
Yeah, if I may just add, I think absolutely there is a role for municipalities to play in advocating for particularly those people who immigrate to Canada who have been selected on the basis of their credentials that they hold from their home countries or another country somewhere else in the world. And then arrive here and are not able to practice their profession, particularly those that are regulated. We know that, right now there's close to 3,000 health professionals sitting on the sidelines of the pandemic who have said that they are ready and willing to offer their skills wherever they can, and they can't because their credentials are not recognized here in Ontario. So, this is not good for individuals who are living in our communities, and it's not good for, our health system and many other professions. And, there's been decades-long conversation about this issue. We are selecting people particularly because of their credentials, but then they can't use them very easily. So I think it's definitely something that has a very direct impact for individuals and employers in our region. And I think it would be awesome for the municipality to have a voice in advocating for change in this area.
Thanks so much to the both of you. That's really helpful. What really sparked this question was obviously your presentation, but this morning CBC Radio also said there is going to be a huge shortage of nursing professionals as well. So it's interesting that there's also 3,000 people just sitting wanting to help in COVID and can't. So it's a really timely thing that I'm really glad to hear more about, and I hope that we can support as we continue our conversations together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I see no further questions from our council, but thank you, Perry, thank you, Tara, and I know Pam from the City of Waterloo is also on the line for the support for helping newcomers to our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thank you so much for having us today.
Thank
you. Next up, under delegations, item B, Uptown BIA Annual Report and Budget Overview. And we'll just wait for that to get pulled up here and have Tracy Van Kelsbeek on the line.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jaworski and City Councilors, Commissioners, and staff and guests. Thanks so much for having me on today. If I could get to the next slide, I'll start to provide an overview of what's been up with the BIA over the last year, and then end with an overview of our 2021 budget. So for those of you that attended our AGM, number one, thank you for doing that. Number two, some of this information will sound very similar to that. And my apologies on that. So to start, to say 2020 has been a challenging year for our Uptown family is an understatement for sure. COVID-19 has had a devastating effect on many of our Uptown businesses and our Main Street businesses, from which some won't return. But if we know one thing, we know the Uptown is resilient. We saw this adaptability during the 5 years of LRT and streetscape construction before the pandemic. Businesses evolved to serve and engage their customers in new ways. The same can be said about this past year. Our Uptown businesses are navigating a winding path out of this COVID-19 maze, and the BIA has been with them every step of the way, providing advice, coaching, funding, advocacy, and importantly, an ear to listen. Over the past year, we welcomed 20 new businesses to our fold, and we still have more on the way. For those reasons and more, we can and should celebrate. However, we ought to also remember that for various different reasons, and some of them pandemic related, we lost 24 businesses, and most, if not all that are left, are in a state of flux and uncertainty. Events looked very different in 2020. While we weren't able to host our flagship festivals, we were able to introduce a summer and fall open air market, kick off a new art walk on Hughes Lane, and initiate several innovative media and advertising campaigns in an effort to bring people to Uptown in a safe manner. And some of those stats are here on this slide that you were just looking at. We move on to the next slide and talk about advocacy for a moment. We definitely took on a larger advocacy role this year. We wrote letters, emails, and met with many government and elected officials to share how the pandemic has affected our Uptown businesses. We adapted our budget to create the new Come Back Up Fund, providing almost $130,000 in financial assistance to over 70 Uptown businesses. We increased our communications to the membership, highlighting important information coming from the government and other related resources and opportunities. We sat on many advocacy committees, continue to do that, including 2 under the Business and Economic Support Team Waterloo Region, aka BEST WR, and the Advocacy Committee for the Ontario BIA Association. We hosted many new social media and advertising campaigns showcasing Uptown businesses and safe ways to visit, and created an innovative video series depicting businesses' response to restrictions and reopening throughout the pandemic. Importantly, we connected individually with our businesses to provide advice, connections, and support. We go to the next slide, please. We continued regular walkabouts as part of our partnership with the Police and Working Center, checking in with marginalized people and also with businesses and owners and security personnel about any safety concerns they have, and also to ensure that Uptown Waterloo remains a welcoming place for all. At the beginning of the pandemic and during the first lockdown, our BIA team walked the streets and alleys weekly to help keep abreast of any vandalism that was happening at the time. I'm pleased to say that the proactive Uptown Graffiti project continues to be successful, and we had 1,147 tags removed throughout 2020. And I'm really happy that we continued with our floral program because Uptown just looks so beautiful this past year, and kudos to the City of Waterloo's horticultural team for their assistance with that. Moving forward, we'll work with our membership to rebuild Uptown while staying true to what's important: thriving businesses and economy, healthy lifestyle options, beautiful and useful outdoor spaces, innovative learning opportunities, caring neighborhoods, impactful arts and civic engagement, and sustainable development. If we can move to the next slide, please. So this is an overview of our 2021 budget. You're going to see that no changes have been made to the levy this year. We've kept it the same. We didn't increase. There were no changes made to our BIA boundary. Levies were proportionate to property values, and MPAC is continuing to use 2020 values unless a property has undergone some significant renovation. So just to provide some highlights of the budget, you'll notice that we have another balanced budget. Overall, our revenue is higher due to a generous $100,000 grant coming from the City of Waterloo. Thank you, councillors, to help offset operating costs so that we can replenish our Come Back Up Fund in 2021. Expenses were higher due to the same reason. We're shifting dollars to the Come Back Up Fund. Payroll was a bit higher than last year as benefits increased, and then a small cost of living increase was provided for staff. Marketing and advertising is higher as the Come Back Up Fund factors into that section. Under beautification, we now account for the full graffiti program costs and also managing the Uptown LED lights. Plus, we also budgeted for some additional placemaking activations this year to be done outside. We cut budgeting for operational and capital reserves this year. And we're right in the throes of our 2020 audit right now. So those audited financial statements will be shared when they're ready, and we put them on our website for transparency reasons. So if we just go to that last slide, that's basically it for my review. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody might have or comments.
Excellent, Ms. Van Kalsbeek, and thank you very much for inviting me to judge the Uptown Comfort Food Crawl. That was something that was very, very impressive, very comforting, and I think it just shows the excellence that our restaurants in Uptown Waterloo do continue to deliver, whether it be via delivery or pickup or even some small in-person dining as well that I saw. I do see Councillors Bonagor and Hanmer have questions. So please go ahead, Councillor Bonagor.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you, Tracy, for bringing all of this to us. I think describing 2020 as a year of flux is a rather lovely understatement. It's been a hard year. And I think the BIA has kind of embodied one of the best things of Waterloo, which is, just creative hustle. You guys have been throwing so much effort and energy into trying to reminding people that Uptown is still here, the businesses still need you. And that's a message that we can't get out enough. So I'm going to say it again now. Uptown it's still the heart of the city, and we still need people to keep that in mind and share the love. With that in mind, I mean, I know there is no crystal ball, but can I invite you just to give us some idea of what people might expect to see this year? If you can cast your mind ahead a little bit, yeah, can you maybe help us understand what the core is facing this year and what you hope to see?
Sure. And first, I just want to start by saying thank you for those kind comments. I'm going to steal your phrase of creative hustle, because that is a great way to describe what our team has done over the past year. Absolutely. Looking forward to 2021, we've, as I noted, continued to add to our Come Back Up fund. So you're going to see us continue to provide some funding support for businesses to help them with costs that they've accrued because of the pandemic. You're going to see us looking at and doing activities that encourage people to continue to come uptown. The Mayor Jaworski, who was a very enthusiastic judge, I might add, for our comfort food crawl, that's a great example of some of the things that you're going to see continue to come from us. We had to adapt that event, as you know, because it used to be held in person at some of the restaurants in Uptown. Well, now we had nine restaurants that signed on. They had different food items, and people could go and purchase those and then vote for their top. And I'm going to tell you folks, we'll send out a communication later this week, but we weren't too sure how that would go, and we had like almost 250 votes. So that's really awesome that 250 people went on and they purchased at least 3 items from that list of 9 from Uptown businesses. So what a great way to support our Main Street businesses. So you're going to continue to see that type of programming. We also are in the process of creating a chocolate trail that will launch right before Easter, that people can, you know, they're chocolate lovers and they want to come and experience Uptown through that through those taste buds. Then we'll have some suggestions for them to visit Uptown businesses related to chocolate, and we're going to continue to look for those types of trail ideas. We're talking about a taco trail, an ale trail, a wine trail, a cocktail trail, all sorts of different trails. And then also continuing to look at what we did with the Hughes Lane Art Walk and bringing more art into our community and our Uptown, and how can we expand on that work that we're doing too. And then we definitely, with the success of the summer market last year, we're looking to do that again. We've got vendors already lining up that are interested in taking part, and you'll see us continue to bring people or encourage people to come to Uptown in safe ways through different social media campaigns, and even through things like the Treats in the Streets, as an example, is a good example of an activity that we were able to do last year at Halloween, providing families with a safe way to have their kids trick or treat and get candy from businesses in Uptown Waterloo. That was really successful. We actually did a similar thing at Christmas time, or just before Christmas time, with our holiday hop and shop. And then we're probably looking to do something like that for Easter too. So those types of things, but as always, we're always open to hearing ideas. And so folks, you know, you're spending lots of time in our community too. And if you have some ideas or things that you're hearing or seeing from your constituents, we're all ears. We'd love to hear it. We're very passionate about Uptown. That's definitely, you know, we've done a lot of advocacy this year, and you know, our businesses are open. They need the support. That's the thing that I continue to keep saying over and over and over again. Don't, you know, continue to support local. And I have to say, like, especially even over Christmas time, you just saw that so many people, that message really resonated with them, and we really appreciated that. I could go on for longer, but I won't.
No, that is great. Thank you very much. And we're in it with you. So fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Over to you, Councillor Hammer.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Through you, Tracy, there's no end of enthusiasm to you, which is wonderful for our Uptown and all its businesses. So I'll echo similar comments to Councillor Bonnegar. Thank you to you and your team for all that you have done and will continue to do. I just had one question, and I just want to make sure I understood what you were saying. When you were going through your budget piece, you talked about your capital reserves and operating reserves and nothing going to them. Have you depleted them, or you're just not adding anything more to them for the 21 time period?
Yeah, thanks for the question. No, we haven't depleted them. We're just not adding anything to them for 2021 so that we could use those dollars that would normally go there to put toward the Come Back Up fund.
And as they should be. So thank you for clarifying. That's it for me. And I too, fingers crossed that this year goes very well for you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for all of your support to all of you.
And I don't see any further questions, but thank you for your enthusiasm and your team's big enthusiasm for Uptown Waterloo. I know that they've had a lot to do. They've been hustling hard on making sure that people are aware of all the things that are going on, whether it be via Insta or various other events. And I just think there's been a lot of creativity, and that's a credit to your team, Tracy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Jaworski. Actually, if I could add one more thing. In that,
yeah, go ahead.
if people, I'm not sure if people have noticed, but we actually are hiring for a new office coordinator, office program coordinator. So if you know of anybody that might be interested, you can find the information on our website under About Us. You can see jobs. And yeah, if you've got anybody that you think would be good in the role, please send them my way.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy to help out, and we look forward to doing more events in Uptown Waterloo. With that, we move on to the consent motion, and I will look to Councillor Vasek because I understand she wants to remove an item.
Yes, please. Electronic signatures, please.
Thank you. Any other items to remove? Seeing none, I will ask Ward 3, Ward 4 to consider moving the consent motion, which is item B, funds distributed for neighborhood grants in 2020. Item C, the Waterloo City Center offer to lease to Union Wellness. Item D, the 2020 fourth quarter health and safety report. And finally, item E, the 2020 drinking water annual and summary reports.
Councillor Veith here. I move the motion and will vote in favor.
Thank you.
Councillor Freeman, I second the motion and also vote in favor.
Councillor Vasek in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonnegoy in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That passes unanimously. Thank you to all the staff teams for preparing these reports and keeping the business of the city moving forward. Let's go back to item A, which is the use and acceptance of electronic signatures policy, and I'll turn the floor over to Councillor Vasek.
Thanks, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just want to make one addition to the rules and procedures section. And my suggestion is, because staff plan to come up with a procedure that has to do with consent, because they know that it's a complex and sensitive matter, not just for electronic signatures, but the topic of consent in general. So also for electronic signatures. Sorry, my kid's turning up the TV very loud, I think, because I'm talking, I guess. Snow days. So my suggestion is just to say consent is really important in this time, especially in the world. And so my interest is in just embedding it into the policies that council has some role over. So my proposed change is, or addition is, determine varying methods of achieving consent.
And I'll just look to Natalia to confirm that that is okay with clerks.
For sure, we can add the bullet point under section 6 of the procedure, policy, rules and procedures.
Excellent news. And so what I'll, is that sufficient, Councillor Vasek?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's great. Yeah, I was turning down the TV. Thank you.
Yeah, I figured you were. So what I'm going to do is ask you to move this one, and it'll say now, recommendations that council approve Corp 2021-06 as amended, and then part 2, which remains the same. The council approved the corporate policy, use and acceptance of electronic signatures. So I'll look for you to move that, Councillor Vasek, and then we'll go forward from there.
Thanks. I move. Oh,
hold on. I just see Councillor Hanmer. Too much technology going on here, gang. I don't have a TV running, but lots of technology. Councillor Hanmer, please go ahead.
Thank you. My question is to Councillor Vasek, actually. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. It's the consent to use the electronic signatures that you are wanting to make sure they use different methods. It just wasn't following for me.
So I think for me, it's just, I understand staff are going to, in the procedures, discuss consent broadly and what that means for electronic signatures, and indicate that there are varying ways to get consent, and discuss those varying ways that they would use to get consent. So my interest is just in explicitly discuss in the policy saying that staff are going to be creating those procedures around consent. So I don't know exactly what that would look like, but just to acknowledge that yes, consent can mean very different things to very different people, and there are different ways of getting consent. So I'm just going to trust that staff are going to implement the procedures, but I want to capture that in the policy as a way for council to acknowledge that this is a really, like, consent generally is a sensitive and complex topic, and that we're aware of that, and that we expect that those kind of procedures, that kind of procedure will be discussed and written. Does that help?
A little bit. Okay, it's fine. It's fine because staff will come back. We'll take a look at from a procedural standpoint.
Yeah, like I'm not saying what they need to say, just that I want there to be a detailed and like an explicit procedure, or that to be explicitly discussed in the procedure
on how to obtain consent.
Yes, an acknowledgement and perhaps some ideas for an acknowledgement that consent can be sensitive and complex, and a way to start to outline the different ways they might get consent, or if they don't get consent, what that might look like. I think I'm kind of choppy on this because I think what I'm trying to say is, council, I want to recognize that consent is sensitive and complex, and I want staff to create a procedure that attends to that.
Okay, all right. I'm struggling a little bit with it. Perhaps I don't want it to be overcomplicated, but I appreciate and I understand where you're coming from. I'm fine, Mayor. Thank you.
I think the point really is that this is an amendment that will just be a discussion point amongst staff on their procedures. So I'll go to Councillor Bonagor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. This is a question to staff, which is possibly you may have just answered. So does this materially change your approach for the policy or its implementation?
Through you, Councillor. It does not change anything. One of the legislative requirements that comes from the Electronic Commerce Act is to achieve consent, where we talk about electronic signatures. So it was in our plans anyways. It's just not specifically underlined under Section 6 in rules and procedures. But this is something that we were going to discuss and provide guidelines to staff about.
Then I'm okay. I'm struggling with the need to do it as well then, I suppose. Okay, no, thank you for your answer.
I can provide some more really context if that's okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Basic's point. It's to ensure that context is in there as a discussion point, and staff has said that not only that was their intention, but that is part of the legislation, I suppose. Anyways. But with that, that council approve this report as amended. I don't see any further discussion, but we'll look to that. Councillor Vasic to move us forward.
Yeah, so I move to approve the report as amended, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Henry, second the motion and vote in favor.
Yeah, Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That passes unanimously. Thank you all very much for that. Turning the page. We're into staff reports, item 11. And the first one up is the 2021 Annual Sidewalk Report, a report prepared for us by Louise Finley, who is probably on the line. Should there be any questions on this? And I'm not seeing any. And I've kind of lost. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bodley, please go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies, Mayor Jaworski. It wasn't my keyboard wasn't working for a second there. Yeah, sorry, just a question through you, Mayor Jaworski. I recognize that this report is specifically speaking to city infrastructure. My question is around our role in advocating to the region for sidewalk infill infrastructure in places that are needed. And in particular, I'm thinking about in my ward specifically, a challenge that came up this year, particularly with social distancing or physical distancing requirements on Herbsville Road between Columbia Street and Laurelwood. There is only a sidewalk on one side of the road. There is a significant ditch adjacent to that sidewalk, and so physical distancing is virtually impossible when you're walking on that road. And with it being a high priority pedestrian corridor for high school students walking up to SJAM, for folks going up to the Laurelwood Commons Plaza up there, it really highlighted the need for sidewalk on that other side of the street. What role does the city have in advocating to expedite what I know is a capital budget item that they have or an item that at least is contemplated as capital infrastructure in the future?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, actually, my manager, Chris Hodgson, is going to respond to this question.
Thank you, Louise. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bodley. Yeah, really good question. I recall this being raised some time ago. The city doesn't infill on regional roads. That is, I believe, a project in the regional's capital program. I believe it is a little bit far out, but I don't have that information in front of me. What I can say, though, is the region do have their own infill sidewalk program. We were just discussing this about a week or so ago with a regional new manager in transportation, and they are, so their program is kind of similar to ours, of where they prioritize their I guess annual budget for sidewalk infill. So that would probably be a question back to the region.
And I do see Mr. Rapp has his hand up as well. Please go ahead, Cam.
Certainly, Mayor Jaworski, Councillor Bodley. I can add a little bit that most recently, I'd say in the last 2 months, the regional commissioner and city representatives on our area public works meeting have talked about setting up a group to discuss the actual ownership, maintenance of sidewalks on regional right-of-ways. Currently, the lower tier or the first tier municipalities have actually put the sidewalks in place on regional right-of-way. But we are starting, as I know, to have a discussion about who should really own these sidewalks, who should replace the sidewalks after the initial one has come to its end of life, and the maintenance, which would then tie into a maintenance or annual maintenance agreement. So we are starting to crack that nut, if you will, about trying to remove the issues associated with our sidewalks on their right of way. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to report back to our council sometime this summer or the fall as we move forward with this. And of course, if there was any change in ownership or maintenance, that would of course needs council's approval. But just as an update that we're starting to discuss this type of thing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for that. And if we are having conversations with regional staff, if we can highlight what I think is a pretty acute need to review this location, I would appreciate that as well too. Thank you.
Excellent. But while I have you on the line, I need someone to move this. I don't have anybody particular picked out, so perhaps Councillor Bodley can take us forward.
Happy to move the staff report, receive the staff report from as information and vote in favor.
Councillor Veith, I will second the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Bassick in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, as always, Louise and Chris. Next up, item B, phase 1 results on the initiative for physical distancing and active transportation. A report prepared for us by Jenny Setterfield. Does anybody have any questions for Jenny on this report? And I'm just waiting. I think Councillor Bonagor, there we go. Councillor Bonagor does have questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I have some questions on two fronts here, one regarding the slow streets and then some additional ones regarding the closed streets in the Uptown core. I'll start with the slow streets. Thank you for the report, Jenny. I know that there was a lot of work last year and in Ward 7 at least it was very well received, so thank you for everything you've done up till now. So for Ward 7 and particularly Uptown West, the slow streets appear to have worked quite well, but we still see huge problems across the ward and across the city from drivers. I mean, your report was quite harrowing, actually. You know, we've got drivers ignoring stop signs, ignoring closed streets, moving, hitting or stealing barrels. There's quite horrendous levels of speeding. Like in my ward, there was one residential street with an 85th percentile of 69 kilometers an hour. And that's not the worst drivers. You know, on Roslyn Ave, speed went up after the school zone was posted. I mean, this is really appalling. I think it shows that drivers in Waterloo break the law with impunity. And for me, our policies should not accept that, and nor they should not be shaped by that. So my questions are really coming from a place of with two pieces to them. One is how many residents came up to me to discuss the slow streets and the huge difference they felt within their neighborhoods, but also from that really disturbing data of driver behavior. So my question is, again, apologies to my fellow councillors, it's all about Ward 7 here. I mean, if we were to enact a targeted slow streets approach using more permanent equipment, such as flexible bollards, in Uptown West and on Waterloo Street, can you give us an idea of what that would look like and what that might cost?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bonagor. Yes, it was a ton of data, lots of work, and we've had lots of feedback. And so your direct question regarding more permanent solution in Ward 7, I've done a quick calculation based on putting the knockdown signs at the perimeter entryways into that and into the Uptown West, and a couple infill. With the equipment, staff time, and labor in it, it would be approximately $25,000 to implement just those signs within that neighborhood.
So that does not include Waterloo Street, which was the other location in my ward that these seemed to make a difference, especially from what I've heard from residents.
That is correct. That is not including Waterloo. I put that as a separate one at about 5,000.
Okay. I know that the report recommends not proceeding with slow streets unless it was with more permanent infrastructure, which is why I appreciate you doing that extra work and bringing that forward. I'm just also curious. So this is the knockdown bollards, which would be put in place during the seasons where we're not out with snow plows. Could such signage be useful in these areas after Slow Streets has finished, and once we've potentially enacting some of the recommendations of the Transportation Master Plan.
Sorry, through Mayor Jaworski, can you actually just rephrase that question?
Sure.
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this hopefully would last this year. We don't know, maybe next year. We don't know what the future holds, heaven forbid. But going beyond that, the Transportation Master Plan is recommending lower residential speed limits. We don't know yet what's going to happen on that. We haven't had the vote. But should lower residential speed limits be implemented, would this infrastructure be useful? Could it have a longer life than just 1 or 2 years?
Yes, sorry. So yes, it would. It's always, I think these signs do share some educational value each and every year. It goes alongside with posted speed limits. Like any traffic calming measure, there sometimes is more than one added together that make a difference.
Okay, awesome. That helps me. Okay, thank you. So, Mayor, just to finish up the Slow Street section of my questions, I would like to add a recommendation asking staff to bring back a plan and costings for knockdown Slow Street signage in Uptown West and on Waterloo Street for 2021 implementation. Am I able to add that as a point to vote on once we get to that?
I don't see why not, provided that councilors agree. We should find out more information from staff on what that might look like, and is that practical? It sounds practical. I'm not a staff expert, so let's hear from. Yeah, go ahead.
No, that sounds great. I'm not saying that we should vote to do it now. I was just wondering if we could ask staff to bring back a plan.
Oh, okay.
For implementation this year. Again, it would be great to know from staff if that's feasible.
Yeah, okay. I'll go back to Jenny on that.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bonagor, it's feasible. I just will wonder, it's feasible for Ward 7. I'm not sure that we could implement it across the city this year.
Okay, and I really, from the report, it seems that Ward 7 was the location that had the most effective use of these, but I will.
Let's leave it at there. We do have another person who wants to comment, and maybe we'll get some clarity, and we will figure this out in the coming minutes.
Okay. Should I save my closed streets for after that then?
Oh, sorry. No, you go ahead with closed streets, and then we'll go back to Councillor Freeman and Councillor Bodley.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Sorry. So the second course of questions was really about the closed streets in the Uptown core. Just in the proposal as is in the report, I just have some concerns that we might receive a number of repeat requests for closures, for one-off closures or sporadic closures that could lead to confusion for residents and drivers and high staff costs for setup and tear down. There was no minimum closure time listed in the report. Is that something staff is considering to apply, and what kind of minimum are you looking at?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bonagor, we agree that it is very onerous on staff to be able to put it up and take it down on a daily or weekly basis. We do not have a minimum time standard or set at this point. It's still up in discussion as to what we're even going to do for the next year in terms of closed streets. But what staff would recommend would be something similar to what a solar permit or something would be in terms of a long-term, monthly, summer, weather-dependent basis.
Okay, that's great. I shall just leave those concerns with you as you factor that into your conversations going forward. And my other question was the fact that the street closures are recommended to be application driven. Should council wish to close a street to make more public space, what kind of closure, I mean, given the feedback and the data that was received, can you give us an idea of what that might look like and how much time you would need to process something like that?
Absolutely. Through you, Mayor, we are actually having discussions about such application process. We currently have a special event application process and a road occupancy process. Where this comes into play, it's a little bit of a hybrid between those two. So staff are trying to determine the appropriate information that we would need to gather, any type of insurance, et cetera, activation from the applicant. And so what we would suggest and recommend is that if council wishes to close a road, that we follow the same process once it's been set out. And in terms of responding, it would be under regular times, as we normally do with any special event or road occupancy. Typically, we would get back to the applicant or the requester within 24 to 48 hours of initial contact.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you very much. And Mayor, that's all for my questions there.
Yeah, we'll see where this goes. Next up I have, well, let me just scroll, Councillor Freeman, Bodley, Henry. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Actually, it's a question. It's a really simple one. The drop-down flags that we had to indicate speed changes that I thought that they were kind of a part of the Slow Streets initiative. I just wondered if we're going to be using them again in school zones and also the streets where we had them last year, because I know that there was one in my ward on Old Abbey just past the roundabout, and I think that the neighborhood really appreciated those signs. They felt that they were very effective.
Yes, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Freeman. Yes, we will be putting whatever was scheduled and within our regular program will go back up this year.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Next up I have Councillor Bodley, then Councillor Henry.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. A question and then a comment. My first question, the thing that I found very interesting was around the always stop compliance for a couple of unwarranted stop signs that were implemented as part of this program last year. There was a note depending on, in the report, depending on the location, one was 44 to 50% compliance, one was 55 to 59% compliance, excuse me. And understanding that context is different at every single intersection that has a stop sign, what is a typical compliance rate that we would normally see on a warranted stop sign in the city of Waterloo?
To you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bodley. Typically, on a warranted stop sign, you'd see between 80 and 85% compliance.
Thank you. And is it staff's opinion on the two unwarranted stop signs that were implemented? Is that kind of what you expected we would see in terms of the compliance on an unwarranted stop sign? Does it vary? Does it vary much more wildly when those stop signs are unwarranted?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, it does vary. Every location is different. There are very big. It's a loaded question. Volumes play a huge part. Sightlines play a huge part, and pedestrian movements and cycling movements play a huge part in whether a driver actually feels the need to come to a full stop at an intersection. So without any one of those variables or all of them together, compliance typically is in the range of 50 to 60%. So I would suggest that yes, the numbers that we receive for these two intersections seem to be approximate numbers that I would expect to see.
Excellent. I found that very interesting, and thank you for wildly speculating for me. I appreciate that. Just my comments on Councillor Bonagor's request there. I struggle with it a little bit because I think that although I'm not disputing and I'm not in Ward 7 with the same frequency that Councillor Bonagor is, but I struggle with it because if we were implementing a program citywide and prioritizing and highlighting the locations that staff have indicated are acute sort of challenges, that would be something that I'd have more comfort voting in favor of, even if that meant that none of those were in Ward 2. But I know that in Ward 2 there is one street that has knockdown signs, and it has been well received by the majority of folks. And there are a significant number of streets in Ward 2 that would very much welcome them. And so I'm hoping that I recognize that this is not as immediate or urgent, but I'm hoping that the Transportation Master Plan is going to highlight some of those concerns and give us a more sort of prioritized look at how we implement these things throughout the city. And I recognize that that may not get implemented this year, but I think that that's the route to go personally, but that's just my comments on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. Good commentary as well. Over to you, Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Bodley's questions added two to my own, so I'll start with those. First, I just want to get confirmation on what compliance at a stop sign means. From what I'm inferring, it's the Highway Traffic Act legal requirements, which is to come to a full and complete stop and then moving, and that's full compliance, whereas sort of rolling stops and not stopping at all would both be categorized as non-compliance. Am I inferring correctly?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Henry, yes.
Okay, I think that gives me a bit more comfort to 50% compliance of people blowing stop signs is different than 50% of people breaking the law in the same way that it feels like people do all over the city all the time. What you're telling me is for warranted stop signs, 15 to 20% of the time drivers break the law. And for unwarranted ones, it appears in our data to be about 40%. Okay, that's helpful. The second piece, and that's just to go back to how staff made the selections of slow streets versus sort of advancing the 40K streets, which were done with the knockdown signs. When staff was making the assessment of where to roll out these slow streets to provide extra space for physical distancing during a pandemic, which will be continuing in 2021, the streets that were picked, can you speak again to how staff selected those? Because I know Councillor Bodley was speaking about wanting to be assured that there was a process that popped these up. So I just want to understand again the process that popped these up and whether so that we can assess whether that's a reasonable thing for us to still be thinking as a reason some might be chosen and not everywhere might be chosen in 2021.
Sure, I can give a go with that through you, Mayor. When we were asked to implement some active transportation measures to increase the areas where pedestrians and cyclists could feel a little bit more comfortable to space out during the pandemic, we were thinking of places in high dense areas where there may not be a lot of space or very narrow sidewalks or none at all, and high dense, lots of people, so they would need a little bit more space to be able to social distance or physically distance appropriately and safely and comfortably. So originally we were looking at just that, places that were high density, places that where you had a lot of population that was either had a lot of already walkability to shops and things like that, and that they had a destination to go to. So when I'm referring to maybe a city version of a knockdown or a slow street, it's more from that lens of a not only pandemic social distancing, but it's that lens of traffic calming. And within traffic calming, we look at everything as well. So through our transportation master plan, there is that road safety action plan that we want to develop. And in that, one of the toolboxes in our traffic calming policy are the knockdown signs. So what we would like to do is to be able to look at everything from a big holistic lens and say, where are these knockdown signs appropriate? Where would they benefit? And then maybe in a different lens of giving space to people, where would they be needed? So we'd probably want to look at it, give it a little bit more time to kind of make sure that we're including everybody and for the right reasons, so that everyone receives the benefits that they're intended to. I'm not sure if that answered, sorry.
No, I appreciate that. I think I got clarity that I was expecting, and then I don't want to say muddled, because your response wasn't muddled, but it then went a different direction in terms of conclusion than I was expecting, which is fine. That's why you ask questions, to get that. So I think in terms of commentary, for me on Councillor Bonagor's suggestions, and for a report back that we could sort of dive into, that would be something I'd support. I know in where we'd rolled out sort of COVID specific, slow streets, we'd included, some in Ward 6. I'm fine with those not being on a list going forward, in part because, they didn't sort of stick around, and in part because we're not really going to see the sort of high density pedestrian volume that would, I think, warrant an additional COVID intervention rather than a general intervention around traffic calming. Save that for the TMP, since we're not going to see volumes back until September, likely anyway. So that's where I'm sitting on that, and we can get a report back and understand that a little bit more and make a decision. And on the closed streets questions, I'll defer to Councillor Bonagor to sort of lead that effort and set of thoughts for what makes sense on those. Certainly, where staff are commenting that some of the negative feedback on Willis Way was that it didn't feel highly animated, and so we need to animate it, but then we'd be creating spaces for people to sort of gather and congregate in ways we don't want to. That wasn't how I viewed the positive elements of the usage of Willis Way. It was to create additional space for people, not to gather for events, but just to have additional public space as they come back uptown and as they shop local and enjoy themselves out in the space. Especially since we've seen a little bit less public square space to do that. As the city tries to facilitate spaces for businesses to stay afloat and to keep customers outside. So I'll defer to Councillor Bonagor and take her lead on some of those, but I'd note that I don't have the same reservations that staff sort of highlighted in the report on those, if that's the direction we end up going.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henry. I think what we probably should do is go back to Councillor Bonagor with respect to the additional information. I'm going to call it an amendment, and to read that out, just so we all have a solid understanding of what we're moving as an additional amendment, and then we'll take it from there. Oh, I see. Oh, where do we see Councillor Hanmer? Oh, I didn't scroll. Sorry, Councillor Hanmer, do you want to go first? I just noticed you had your hand up.
Thank you. Mine is more of a clarification before we get to the motion.
Oh, sure.
And it's
Sure,
it's possible that, and I just missed the response to Councillor Freeman's comment. There were two areas in Ward 1 that were slow streets on a pilot, and they're not listed in this report. So I'm just curious whether those are streets that will be addressed through the transportation master plan, or are we planning on keeping the pilot going a little bit longer? And it's all of Westvale, actually, and Beechwood Drive.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hanmer, that is, so the reduced speed limits on individual streets to the 40K and in the two neighborhoods along with a 30K, that pilot is still ongoing, and staff are still collecting data on that, and we will be presenting the results of that and recommendations to council later this year.
Thank you, and I apologize if you responded to Councillor Freeman that way. I didn't hear that answer, so thank you very much. That helps.
Good clarity. So just to Jenny, today we're talking about slow streets. What do you call the reduced speed limit? Is that what's the terminology you actually use for it?
I just use reduced speed limit, posted speed limit.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Back to Councillor Bonagor to articulate the amendment that we wish to hear.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. And just for context, I might like to remind my fellow councillors that the slow streets was really the only intervention in residential Ward 7 during this pilot. So the reason I'm bringing this forward is with the recommendation to not run it means there would be nothing in residential areas of the city here. So what I propose is that council ask staff to bring back a plan and detailed costings for knockdown slow streets signage in Uptown West and on Waterloo Street for 2021 implementation. Would you like me to post that into the chat?
I think we have it. Well, but when you say Uptown West, that would be based on staff's opinion of where the slow streets would be helpful. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's up the Uptown West neighborhood, if that clarifies.
Yeah,
and
but you're not
I have been in touch with staff on
okay.
what that would likely encompass.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, is my question. My question is really, is that every single street in Uptown West, or where city staff see there's value in slow streets initiatives in Uptown West?
So I can let staff answer that. It's the neighborhood in general with selective sign postings.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I would have understood to believe. That's what I believed you meant, but I just wanted clarity that we're asking staff to report back on the Uptown West neighborhood as a whole and where they saw value in that.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Now, let's just get commentary from staff to make sure that's an understandable and accomplishable piece of work to do. To Jenny?
Through Mayor Jaworski, yes, it is.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. And I would also note that as I've had conversations with Councillor Bonagor, one of the challenges of Uptown West is the fact that it has so many entry points, unlike Westvale or Eastbridge, where everything's an entry point into Uptown West. And I can attest to Waterloo Street being certainly one that does see its share of higher speed traffic. And so, you know, I think this would be something that would be worthwhile consideration. So does anybody have any questions for Councillor Bonagor at this time, or for clarification? And if not, Councillor Bonagor is moving it. I think I heard Councillor Henry speak fondly of that. Is that true, Councillor Henry? And if so, would you like to be a seconder?
I'll be happy to second.
Okay, so let's begin the vote with the mover and the seconder, and then go to Ward 1. And we're just voting on the amendment at this time.
Yes. This is Councillor Bonagor.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, she's moving it with an amendment. Okay, so, okay, gang, we're moving the entire thing with this amendment, and we'll see where it goes from there. So go ahead, Councillor Bonagor, Henry, Henmer.
Okay, so I move that council accepts the recommendations with the amendment for staff to bring back a plan and detailed costings for knockdown slow street signage in the Uptown West neighborhood and on Waterloo Street for 2021 implementation, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Henry, I second that motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Hanmer, I vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Bassick in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thank you, Jenny, and the entire transportation team there. What great initiatives, what zigging and zagging we did in 2020, and thanks very much for the follow-up report on that and all the other efforts that staff continue to do on making it a better place during these COVID times and giving us better streets too, so we can get out there and enjoy. Thank you, Jenny. Next up, item C is West Side Employment Lands Urban Design Guidelines. It's prepared by Justin McFadden. We have a presentation by Justin McFadden and Melissa Kusterman of Dillon Consulting. Welcome.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we're very excited to bring the UDG forward for the West Side Employment Lands. Melissa Kosterman has been our consultant from Dillon and has been working very hard at this for the last probably at least 6 months. So with that, I will turn it over to her to walk through a fairly quick presentation, and then we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Justin. Good afternoon. Again, yes, my name is Melissa Kosterman from Dillon Consulting, and I will be presenting to you our work on the West Side Employment Lands Urban Design Guidelines. Next slide. Okay, I will bring you through a brief introduction of the project, the site boundary, the history of planning work to date, the design and visioning work, which was completed in order to form the final urban design guidelines for the West Side Employment Lands. Next slide. So the site is located in the southwest portion of the city of Waterloo. The boundary is indicated in red on the screen, and for those who may not have a screen open, it's bounded by Columbia Street West, Herb Street West, Platinum Drive, Copper Street, and the Hydro Corridor. Those are the boundaries. It's a 45-hectare sized parcel, which is city owned. It makes it a prime opportunity for development of employment land. It's actually one of the last and largest undeveloped parcels in the region of Waterloo. Next slide. In terms of land use, the site will provide space for a number of employment uses, including the typical light industrial uses, advanced manufacturing, as well as flexible space for more creative and innovative industries and makerspace. There are also provisions for supporting uses, which will lend itself to the employment uses as well as the neighboring communities. Starting at the beginning of last year, a number of actions have already been completed, including a revised draft plan of subdivision, as well as an official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. In order to get the plan of subdivision approved by the region, there was a requirement to complete a set of urban design guidelines, which is why they've been completed to date. This work for the guidelines builds on the city's existing urban design guidelines work in the manual. However, it focuses in on those which are more pertinent to the development of a high-profile business employment area. Other than the requirement by the region, the purpose of these guidelines was to provide the city with visioning as well as guidelines for both the public and private realms for the West Side employment lands. These guidelines also provide an economic development tool for the city to attract new investment as well as more creative and innovative industries. It will also help the city to make decisions for future agreements with employers, as well as to achieve a higher quality design standard, which will meet the intent of the City of Waterloo's official plan. Building on the previously completed work, which included a planned road network, the draft plan of subdivision, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendments, we conducted an analysis of the site as well as adjacent areas for opportunities and constraints. Things that were considered included the site's natural heritage, the cultural heritage associated with the site, requirements for infrastructure for future industries, the neighboring uses, including the residential neighborhoods and the waste site to one of the boundaries, proposed future uses, and potential needs for future employers. So the work that we did at the beginning, it helped build the framework and it feeds into the vision principles as well as the final guidelines. So I'm not going to read it because it is quite long, but the vision for the West Side employment lands highlights the desire for a unique, attractive, and well-designed area which supports a variety of uses and incorporates traditional as well as more creative and innovative industries. These uses will be set in a high-quality public realm which serves visitors, employers, employees, and residents alike. Through the visioning and the background work, we were also able to develop a set of urban design principles which touch on the need for a sense of place, pedestrian safety, overall investment, high quality and innovative design for both the public and private realms, provisions for the movement of people in sites as well as through building design, highlighting the natural and cultural heritage, and overall centering on environmental sustainability. The following list is our key urban design areas of opportunity, which apply for the most part to both public and private realms and uses, and are echoed throughout both sets of guidelines. The urban design guidelines describe how to enforce and achieve the vision and principles. The guidelines portion of the document is split into two categories, which include the public realm and the private realm. Within both sections, there are considerations for enhanced public health considerations in light of the global pandemic, as well as the need for advanced sustainable measures and solutions. The public realm looks at all publicly accessible portions of the employment lands, including streetscapes and open spaces. The streetscapes describe how best to design the public right-of-way, which is memorable and visually pleasing, allows for the efficient movement of goods as well as multiple modes of transportation within and throughout the lands, and creates a comfortable and safe, attractive pedestrian environment. Public realm guidelines also speak to the shaping of the open spaces which are provided within the employment lands in the form of public park, a green walkway bisecting the site from east to west, as well as open spaces which act as both pedestrian links as well as visual and landscape buffers. The design of these spaces are important as they provide safe and pleasant links and amenity spaces and serve employers and employees as well as adjacent neighborhoods. The guidelines for the private realm apply to the lands that fall on the private side of the property line. As there are multiple allowable uses, this particular section has been divided into two: general guidelines, which apply to all uses, and land use specific category, which have additional guidelines pertaining to the individual use requirements for all three uses within the area: high profile business employment, general business employment, and flex industrial. The guidelines speak to how best to organize the site, orient and massing of the building, site design including landscaping and amenities, safety, security, lighting, signage, furnishings, and the provision of transportation, active transportation facilities. That concludes my presentation on the West Side Employment Lands Urban Design Guidelines, and we will be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Excellent. Thank you very much on that, Melissa. And I'll look for Councillor Henry to open up with some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Melissa, for all the work that you and your team have been doing, and obviously to Justin and his team on some of this. I appreciate the really intricate detail on different zones and different places and senses of how those places are a bit different to really create some change in interest to the landscape. There's been a good set of attention to detail. I wanted to focus in on the sustainability performance area of this. Certainly that's a high strategic priority of council and a broader imperative as we contemplate the necessary climate action that we all collectively have to take in both the private and the public realm. So I wanted to ask you a detailed question. I wanted to ask Justin a question or two on the guidelines and how somebody might implement them and how you'd expect them to implement them. If someone were to come forward, private development on a parcel of land that we're selling, and say, look, I'd like to design towards a net zero standard, and for me that means my building orientation has to be a little bit different than what the guidelines say. It has to be able to maximize passive solar gain. And by investing what I'm going to do here, I'm not going to be focused on, say, LEED standard, which has a variety of performance things. I'm going to focus in and put money on the other one, and my pro forma won't let me do file that sort of expensive process there. So I can't really achieve some of those guidelines that are listed as environmental sustainability because I'm trying to achieve it in this other specific way. Do you see limitations into how these are written here, or is the fact that they're guidelines mean that we can sort of step back and assess them and say, yes, you can orient the building differently if it's going to be able to achieve those other broader goals?
So,
I'm gonna,
Justin, did you want to go? Sorry.
No, so you go ahead and then I'll jump in.
Okay, I believe that because they are guidelines, it is a tool that is flexible, but it also allows the city to use it to their advantage and to hold developers accountable for the designs. And if it meets the intent and if it meets the targets that the city is looking for, then I don't think that these are restrictive. It's meant to be a flexible tool for the city to kind of gauge the quality of plans and help with agreements. Like I don't think it's meant to restrict, and I think that there is room for discussion of terms between the city and future employers. Justin, if you wanted to add.
Either Justin, you're on mute, or
Sorry, I was off mute and then I muted myself as I began to talk. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. We do have Joel Cotter handy as well, and obviously planning will be responsible for policing a lot of what's in the urban design guidelines here. So maybe I'll just let Joel have a toss at that one as well, and then maybe I'll jump in at the end.
Thank you, Justin. Can you hear me, Mayor Jaworski?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The way we would view the urban design guidelines is that they are guidelines. They provide a broad direction to shape the intention of development, but they're not so specific that they are absolutes. So there is flexibility in terms of how we would apply them. And certainly we would look to council in terms of the marketing of these lands and the directives that council holds important in terms of advancing those the properties through the sales and discussion procedures that will ultimately happen. We would look to direction through that process as well to help guide any future site plans. So if council is interested in promoting net zero buildings within this development, then certainly staff would look at that and use these guidelines along with the other pillars and directives that council would establish through the process to help guide and shape the site plans.
I'll pick up from there, Joel. I think that's, I gave an example of somebody that wanted to exceed sort of the guidelines in a key way, but that may run afoul of some others in doing so. If council were to be looking for a higher standard of performance based on where we need to be going, what's the appropriate vehicle to do that, and what's the appropriate time to signal that that would be our intent? Is that something that we could do broadly today, knowing the specifics would come later?
Your Mayor George, Councillor Henry, certainly you could provide broad direction today as an amendment to the urban design guidelines to emphasize those elements that council would like to ensure are specifically noted, such as sustainability or certain types of net zero development. So this would be one view or one opportunity. The second I would suggest would be through the land disposition process, again, through Justin's office in economic development. As the properties are disposed, again, council can set specific terms in terms of what they're looking for each development site. And it may not apply equally to every development, but certainly it could be applied on a case by case or on a broader perspective, however council wishes to proceed.
Yep, and I would add to that, Joel, from a marketing of the land's perspective, it's certainly something that we could communicate. This urban design guide is really a tool for. I mean, folks, could look at this early on and get a sense, but it's really a tool for when you're ready to go through the process of the development and understanding what you need to do. On the front end of that, we'll be doing a lot of marketing work, and so could articulate council's desires as part of our marketing efforts as well.
Yeah, and I'll also defer to other questions. I think the ward council might have some too, but I think I'd be inclined to look at this through agreement of purchase and sale as really the best vehicle to do that. And you'd have to market that appropriately. That we could add direction to staff today to ask staff to specify requirements for sustainable building design in greater detail in those future agreements of purchase and sale, and that will. I think that would give us flexibility to sort of see where we're at when each of those come down, and to understand that those needs may be tailored. But I think that would be a way, and I'd be inclined to do that to try to signal that this is a key priority of our time and of these largest lands that we have left. That green employment is good employment, and that's what we need to be looking for and exercising some leadership on. So I'll leave others to ask questions as well before we get there.
I will look for any further hands up at this point. Please go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Excuse me, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you for that commentary, Councillor Henry. I'm sort of aligned on that thinking there, and I would be happy to move an amendment to the motion to direct staff to specify requirements for more sustainable building design, including the potential of net zero buildings as part of the agreement of purchase and sale on the draft plan. I'd be happy to move that myself, but I will ask a couple of other questions here as we proceed. So one of the things that I really liked about the urban design guidelines was sort of the approach with respect to active transportation and sort of the pedestrianization, if that's a word, of the site. And so I had a few questions sort of along those lines. To my knowledge, there are sort of three key pieces that are, I would say, adjacent to the site itself. Two of them are in the hydro corridor. So there's a proposal for a trail that's sort of east-west or up-down on the on the document that we're all looking at right now to connect to sort of St. Moritz in the Clare Hills neighborhood through the hydro corridor. My understanding is that there's a trail that is proposed separately from this in the hydro corridor that's north-south, sort of from Columbia Street down to Paris/Copper. And the third piece is currently today, if you were to walk to the site, understandably, because there's nothing there, but currently today, if you were to walk to the site, there are no sidewalks at all on Columbia Street on the south end from St. Moritz all the way through to the to Sundew. My question is, who is responsible for each of those infrastructure pieces? Is this something that we would require as part of the site plan approval on the as a condition of sale, or how it moves forward? Are these municipal pieces of infrastructure that we would be building? And if it's the latter, what's the timeline for those to be completed?
Joel, do you want to take a stab at that?
Sure, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councilor Bodley. They would be municipal infrastructure responsibilities. It wouldn't be something that we would require through the site plan process a developer to construct that level of capital infrastructure. Certainly, the trail within the hydro corridor has been established or as a concept since the West Side Trail Master Plan back in the mid 2000s, maybe late 1990s timeframe. So it's been on the books for a long time. I know when the subdivisions were being advanced and as discussed through this work, the urban design guidelines, the intention is really to focus on Platinum Drive as that north-south movement. Constructing the trail through the hydro corridor may still be possible. It's extremely difficult to do that because of licensing obligations with Hydro One, but it's still something that's on the books. The more short-term focus was to get Platinum Drive constructed and that become the primary north-south travel corridor for active transportation, and that the trail could be pursued potentially in the future. With respect to the sidewalk on St. Moritz, it's an item that could be reviewed as part of engineering's capital project works. I'm not sure why the sidewalk wasn't originally constructed along that section, but it's something that staff can look into.
Sorry, thank you for that. I was just making notes there. Yeah, I just really I think that's something that we need to keep in mind as the site continues to progress there with all of the focus on active transportation and sort of the gateway concept at the northeast corner of the site in particular caught my eye with the potential of there being an open space dog park of some kind in that location specifically, not having a pedestrian access to that because there's a lack of sidewalk on that side of the road seems like it might be a challenge as we progress. So I appreciate that. Those are my only questions. I have some comments, but I can leave them to the end and move the amendment if anybody else has any questions.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any at this time. And we're just trying to get the amendment on the screen. And while we're working to get it on the screen, I think what we have here that council directs staff to specify requirements for sustainable building design, including the potential for net zero buildings in greater detail in the agreements of purchase and sale. And we'll just, there we go. Okay, I think take us forward, Councillor Bodley. I don't see further hands up. Let's just pause for a second to make sure I'm not missing anything. And I will look to you and then to Councillor Henry, since he brought it up as well, to take us forward. Please go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. And if you'll indulge me for a brief moment here, as I was reading through this, and maybe this has turned me into the last two and a bit years here have turned me into a huge nerd. But as I was reading through this document, particularly there was a lot of commentary within it about the vistas and the views from the site specifically. And it really honestly got me a little bit sentimental in reviewing an urban design guideline document, which maybe definitely makes me a nerd. But there's a location right adjacent to the site here, right adjacent to the Columbia Forest, that I often walk up to and reflect. It overlooks the entire city, and it's one of my favorite places, if not my favorite place in the entire city to be, honestly. And it really gives me time to sort of reflect on my personal journey. And I think it's interesting to reflect on sort of where the city has gone from and where it comes from too. I often tell people, you know, I was raised in London, Ontario, but I grew up in Waterloo. And when you're at that site, at that location, and when you're on one of these buildings, when they are eventually built and looking down on the entire city, you know, I can see Wilfrid Laurier University, where I went to school. I can see a lot of the places that I explored as a student there, where I graduated at the rec center, some of the apartment building that I rented when my daughter was first born. And of course, you can see down to the entire city, and it really makes me reflect on me personally, where I've come from and where I'm going. And I think it's true also of the city, because when you're on that spot and looking out, you can see all of the growth and change from all of the LRT development along the LRT line. And if you look to your right, or if you look behind you from those places, you can see the Waterloo Moraine and the Countryside Line, and really what makes this whole region really unique and awesome. And when I'm up there, I often think about, you know, what did this spot look like 20 years ago when someone was standing here, and what is this spot going to look like 20 years from now? And so seeing all of that reflected in this document really made me happy. And I'm really grateful for the work that went into this document, because I felt really reflected in it. So I appreciate that. So with that, I'd be happy to move the motion as printed with the amendment listed there, and I will vote in favor of that.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Henry, and then we'll go with Ward 7 and around the horn.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Happy to second the motion with the amendment and vote in favor.
Councillor Bonigo in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. I agree with Councillor Bodley. It is pretty much amazing on the west side how much you can see from that vantage point. And with that, that passes. Thank you very much, Melissa, and thank you, Justin, for bringing this forward. A lot of good work on that, and I think it is appropriate that we would have this as one of our last available pieces of developable area to have some signature sustainability to it. Next up,
thank you.
Yeah, no problem, Melissa. Next up, I have the University Avenue Gateway Strategy Final Report. Make sure I'm on the right one. Report prepared for us by Rick Martins, with a presentation from Rick and from Tim McCormick, and then maybe Astrid Greaves as well, or one of the two. Please go ahead, Rick.
Okay, just waiting for the presentation. Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor Jaworski, members of council. Today we're going to provide an overview of the University Avenue Gateway Strategy, the final report.
And Rick, I'm going to ask you if you can speak up, if there's a way you can at least speak louder. And I think, yeah, we'll go from there. Go ahead again, Rick.
Yeah, sorry, I just
said that.
Yeah, I had to
good.
adjust my microphone. Yeah, so we're providing an overview of the strategy, and as mentioned, Tim McCormick and Astrid Grease from IBI are here to provide a bit more of the detail. I'll just provide a quick overview of the context and the background. So next slide, please. So University Avenue is a key corridor in the city. It's the primary area for the city's regional learning, innovation, discovery, and entrepreneurial center. It's a quite unique corridor in not just the region and the city, but also in Canada. Nowhere else will you find 3 post-secondary institutions located all along the same street, which is pretty unique and interesting piece to build on. Also important to note that it's a key corridor from a transportation perspective. It's often the first place people come along when they're visiting the city off the highway. It has key connections to Weber Street and King Street, for example, close connection to Uptown Waterloo. In addition to being a key corridor for GRT transit and GO Transit. Further to that, it's a key area for pedestrians along the corridor. So altogether, it's quite an important corridor for the city, and there's a lot of activity going on in the corridor. So given all that, there was an opportunity that was identified to really celebrate the distinct and visual important places along the corridor, and to really try to promote it and build upon it. Next slide, please. With that, a gateway strategy was developed that basically establishes a vision. It's a high-level document that sets in place a plan for how the corridor can be improved and evolve over time through street design, active transportation, just improvements to the corridor from the physical environment to help really promote and showcase all the wonderful activities that do occur along the corridor. This can be done through placemaking, ensuring that there's a better placemaking along the corridor, facilitating transit-oriented development, physically connecting some of the structures that are going in there as the universities establish more of a footprint along the corridor, for example. There's a way to tie all those pieces together, as well as building upon the heavy transit use and pedestrian use along the corridor. All these elements together will really contribute to making the corridor more of a destination, a place, and a signature piece for the city to showcase to the world. Next slide, please. Great. So the corridor was, the study, I should say, was in consultation with some key partners. So first and foremost, the University Avenue is a regional road. So they were the principal partners along on the study to develop strategy. We had involvement from regional transportation staff, regional planning staff, as well as GRT. So they contribute to the development and refinement of the strategy and the vision overall and some of the detailed components. But we also had a partnership in working with University of Waterloo, Wilfrid Laurier University, and Conestoga College. They contribute to the study both in working on a working group to develop and refine the strategy overall. And I'm pleased to say that they are also have endorsed the overall strategy going forward. Next slide. So as far as the study process, once we got approval from council for the terms of reference, it was a matter of identifying the challenges and opportunities along the corridor, developing the recommendations and developing a strategy and a vision for the corridor of how we can, what we should be improving. And IBI will be getting to those details shortly. There's public consultation throughout the process, and which led to the eventual development of the strategy that is with you today. Slide, please. As far as the actual strategy component, it's an overall vision guideline document that we're happy for. No detailed plans on any specific project, but it's a collection of different ideas and collection of the vision and principles and how that might be implemented going forward. It identifies different sub areas, recognizing that the corridor is a long area and that there's different sub areas along the corridor with different functions and character along the area. So the idea is to try to tie together the different functioning segments of the corridor by having a cohesive vision overall. The strategy identifies some opportunities and challenges and how to overcome them. There was a transportation overview of part of the strategy as well to test some of the recommendations against. And the most important piece is the design principles and concept plans for the corridor that really illustrate how the vision could come to life in one way or another. These are just ideas, but they offer opportunities of what could happen along the corridor and how it could evolve. Next slide, please. One of the key components of the strategy is the implementation to facilitate getting the strategy implemented over time. It calls for continuing to work with and collaborating with stakeholders along the corridor, not just the partners that help develop the strategy, but different businesses and users along the corridor over time. One of the recommendations before you today is for staff to set up an ad hoc advisory group. This is independent group that's intended to help keep the issues that are identified in the strategy on the front burner, so that when the region, for example, comes forward with different recommended capital works for doing construction projects along the corridor, that some of the ideas and vision of the plan could be implemented. So that is some of the ways that it could be implemented, but there's other different strategies as well located in the plan that identify how to bring some of the ideas forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim McCormick and Ashrid from IBI, and they'll get into some of the details on the concepts and how the corridor could evolve over time and some of the really opportunities that there are existing in the corridor.
Thanks, Rick. Tim McCormick here with IBI Group. So really the goal right now is getting you to understand some of the pieces that go into the strategy. So the biggest thing is understanding where it starts. It's running from Highway 85 to Westmount Road. So it's a long stretch of road, and really the goal with this was create a vision and an overall approach to how we tackle the gateway and how we introduce University Ave within the city. Next slide, please. To do this, we're going to walk through sort of the process, and some of this has been covered, as well as the consultation. We'll get into some of the visioning, some of the design areas, and then what's actually sort of presented within the strategy as a whole and how we arrived at some of those recommendations. Next slide, please. So as Rick alluded to, that there's the study partners. Again, we can't say enough great things about the partners. It was a long process, but there was a lot of great information that came from all of these elements and stakeholders that really allowed us to provide a unified solution and strategy at the end of the day for this project. Next slide. So the University Ave is a unique corridor because of a couple things. One of them is, Rick noted before, the 3 educational institutions. That's something very unique. There's very few streets, if any, that have that amount of educational institutions in such a small amount of area. This is an entrepreneurial center and gateway, well connected to businesses, uptown and research institution, and it really does create a gateway for the community. For University Ave, it's become a strategic gateway for the city and the region. It can happen by enhancing the University Ave's gateway features and in a coordinated manner. Really, that's putting this vision forward and moving all design in a unified front. Establishing a high quality and recognizable pedestrian oriented public realm. This is very important, especially with everything that's been going on with COVID and the increased opportunities for the public to be able to be out and outdoors whenever possible. Transitioning University Ave into a complete street, and then creating a greener and more environmentally sustainable corridor. Next slide, please. We had the great pleasure of going out for community consultation throughout the duration of the study. We went out in 2017, and we had public consultation in 2018 and 2019, as well as various community feedback and surveys. Through this process, we got a lot of great information. The recommendations really sort of led towards the vision and the final outcome. Things we heard, more green space and more street trees. Traffic needs to be slowed down, make it safer for pedestrians. Wider sidewalks along most of the corridor, more patios, urban plazas for people to rest, enjoy, and to animate the streetscape. Wider enhanced crosswalks, make it safer to cross the street, and make cyclists and pedestrians a priority for this corridor. Don't prioritize the car. And as you can see, sort of where the different opportunities lie, amenities, accessibility, diversity. There's a lot of information that came in and a lot of different, ways we can look at this, and it really sort of fed into the final vision for the strategy. Next slide, please. So the strategy we really started to develop, and what came out of these consultations was really 4 key themes that were developed and identified for the corridor. And they really are ones that we wanted to find a way to express throughout the corridor because it related to different areas and different aspects. So innovation, discovery, entrepreneurship, and learning. These really represent sort of the themes that we're trying to address, and we'll be moving forward to the vision of that fits into these elements. Next slide, please. So this is the vision for University Ave. University Ave will serve as the main entry gateway to the city and leading businesses, technology, and educational institutions. The gateway will include an attractive streetscape that balances the needs of pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, and motorists while maintaining a strong sense of place. Next slide, please. So from that vision, we moved into goals and a design objective. So there was 4 key goals really led into that vision: enhance the University Avenue's gateway features, establish a high quality pedestrian oriented public realm, transition University Ave into a complete street, and to create a greener and more environmentally sustainable corridor, which then led to the design objectives, which led to create a strong sense of place that expresses the 4 themes, foster pedestrian-oriented design principles, and provide accessible pedestrian and cyclist amenities, adapt a complete streets approach to University Ave, and implement green infrastructure strategies along University Ave. From those, it really led to sort of the design objectives being distilled to actual tangible elements that could be used. And through the actual strategy, we implemented these as infographics as well as key elements that could be laid out for each one of the areas within the corridor. Next slide, please. Which led into the focus areas. So as you can see here, it starts at Highway 85 in section 1, the corridor, and then it runs all the way to focus area 5, all the way to Westmount Ave. These are broken up by sort of different elements that are within them, different key parts, as well as different potential treatments that may happen as it relates to the themes, as it relates to the goals and design objectives. So really, we wanted to look at how this made sense and how it was actually going to be feasible to start to take some of this vision and apply it to the different areas. We'll look at one of those areas now. Next slide, please. So this is area 3, one of the mixed use areas. Really, we're looking at Conestoga College area at Marsland Drive. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, is applied some of the design themes, some of the different elements. We start to see street trees. We start to see activated urban spaces. We start to see integrated mixed use developments, activated street edges. And these concepts really start to identify some of the things that can be considered for this space. They're just considerations at this point, but it helps provide a realization of the vision and a direction for the future. And you can see by the graphics on the bottom, all the different elements that could be considered for this space and potential opportunities that are there to make that work. And from a theme, this is really an area of discovery and an area of learning as we're tying it to Conestoga College and their campus there. Next slide, please. So these areas here, as you can see, 4 lanes of traffic. We've got segregated bike lanes, activated elements on the side, flexible plaza spaces, and then we start to introduce some of the wayfinding and public art that allows for giving a more activated street and providing more public realm elements within that space to give an identity to University Ave and the sections between. Next slide, please. So through this, we recognize that there's an awful lot of things we can do, and that's not going to happen overnight. So we've really tried to look at this as what can we do as sort of phases into short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So really starting to identify elements that could be short-term elements that provide impact right away, start to address some of the major concerns in the corridor, to medium terms, ones that provide a little bit of planning and as projects are implemented, opportunities to do that, and then the long term where those projects that maybe aren't already started can really start to be filled in and start to really advance the vision from the strategy. So these include things as simple as a temporary parklet, bike lanes, pop-up events, and planting at the short term, to just elements of mid-block crossings, buffered bike lanes, curb radii, things that require a little more work to be able to put in from the medium term. And then long term, really burying the hydro across the whole corridor, segregated bike lanes, and improved intersection conditions and flexible public realm. Those are all elements that take time and effort to put into place. Next slide, please. And then we also identified some quick wins. And these are elements that are simple, small, little touch points that could be implemented fairly easily with minimal input, and opportunities wherever possible it should be considered to try to improve upon the whole university corridor. These include pedestrian priority at lights, intersection bike treatments, street trees in the private realm, bike lanes, temporary parklets, wayfinding features, pop-up events, things like that are just easy to start to identify this space, start to provide changes based on the vision, and start to move things forward just by doing small little elements that are maybe a little more affordable and also fit in with the current design and current elements that are going on the street without having to make major changes to the street before design starts to happen and actual improvements are happening along University Ave. Next slide. I'd like to thank you, and we'll take any questions that anyone may have.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tim, for that. And I know Astrid's on standby too for questions. Thank you, Rick, for stick handling this for over the past few years. I'll look for questions from Council. I know Councillor Henry is up, but let's just see if I have any other hands up on this one. Councillor Bonagor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. First of all, I just got to say, I love the picture that you're painting for University Avenue. It looks like it'll make this whole district much more porous to the rest of the city and kind of encourage that intermixing of universities and city just in generally, which I think is something that I'm really hoping is a direction I'm really hoping we can take. I've just got a couple of quick questions. When I was looking through the report, again, great report, lots in there. I didn't see a whole lot about Zone 5 from UW through to Westmount. Is there any big changes really expected for that end of University Avenue, or do you imagine that kind of staying sort of as is with the focus elsewhere?
Astrid, do you want to take that one, or do you want me to? Not sure if Astrid, are you there?
Hi, sorry, I was the host had muted me. So yes, now I can speak. Hello, everyone. Yes, so I think for that Zone 5, which is between Westmount, kind of running east in the University of Waterloo area, that streetscape, it has a bit less of an active edge than the rest of the corridor. The University of Waterloo campus is kind of more inward facing. So as the university kind of develops and creates a more active streetscape, there are opportunities to kind of bring that more pedestrian-oriented activity to the streetscape. But right now and kind of in the foreseeable future, I think probably looking further east would be the more activated edges where it would make more sense to invest in that kind of infrastructure.
Okay, that's totally what I expected. Thank you. So I'll kind of file that under long-term plan. Mm-hmm. I just have one very small request to make. And I'm sorry to feel like I'm digging in really into the nitty-gritty, but with your 4 themes, the symbol for entrepreneur, it looks like 2 men in suits shaking hands. That might just send the wrong message about who the entrepreneurs are in our community, or it might send the message of, just who the entrepreneurs should be. So I'm just, ideally in my dream world, there would be a different little logo for that to kind of paint a broader picture of entrepreneurship. I shall just leave that with you.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense, and that's an easy fix.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great catch on that one. I do not see, Councillor Bonagor, that was the end of your questioning, I think.
Yes, it was. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, I will go to Councillor Vasic, and I don't see any other hands up, so I'll probably be coming to Councillor Henry after that. Go ahead, Councillor Vasic.
Thanks through you, Mayor Jaworski. My comment is just to say thank you so much for this. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm in the community behind the document, and that's definitely a testament to the community engagement and collaborative work you've been doing through the whole process. I represent Ward 5 for which is from Highway 85 to towards Marsland. So I'm really excited about this plan, and I love that really at its core it's about connecting people to places and making it safe for people who are walking and people who are biking to connect and to especially get over the expressway, which is a huge point of concern in Ward 5. And so I'm really excited to see this come to life through all 5 zones, and especially for the ones in Ward 5. So just a big thanks to everyone for the work you're doing there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Vasic. And since I'll be turning over to Councillor Henry with his comments and moving on the motion. But what I would like to say to the team, and to Councillor Vasic, she had the right word that people understand: piecemeal. We cannot let University Avenue just develop piecemeal, or at the end we will have nothing special. And what I love about this program, it gives the guiding light of what will be special at the end if we pay attention to this document. And I'm glad to see that there is low-hanging fruit, because we all like that. And there'll be some medium-term items, and even thinking beyond to what Councillor Bonagor was questioning. Someday the University of Waterloo will be building on those parking lots right on University Ave. And you can just imagine the revolutionary excitement over having people actually walking out literally of great buildings, great thinking buildings right onto University Ave. So that will certainly have its point in time in the coming decades, I would say. So with that, I will turn it over to Councillor Henry to take us home.
And thank you, Mayor, and Julie, if you and Natalie could pull up the additional motion I'd like to the additional direction I'd like to move along with this motion. And while they're doing that, I'll just pick up on the mayor's comments and Councillor Vasic's comments of not thinking piecemeal about this, but having a cohesive, connected, coherent vision that we can build from, and that there are quick wins and things that we should be paying attention to all along the way. And that's what my additional direction here is intended to provide. So for accessibility purposes, I'll speak it as well as have it visually appear on the screen here, and then I'll speak to these points because I think they're important to signal the key moves that I think we need to be working on in the short to medium term. So the additional direction to the staff recommendation is that Council directs staff to advance the following, including through the ad hoc committee as appropriate. 1, advocate that planned regional road construction advances the University Avenue Gateway study to the extent possible and does not preclude future enhancements, specifically that intersections are designed to facilitate all components of the vision, safe active transportation facilities are provided, including a safe crossing of Highway 85 as an interim solution. The corridor include duct banks and consider spaces for vaults to facilitate the future burial of hydro, and the corridor includes or supports the addition of pedestrian scale lighting. 2, identify corridor enhancement opportunities in relation to the pending road reconstruction between Weber and Albert in collaboration with the region. 3, identify other short-term corridor enhancement opportunities to be implemented in 2020 and report back to Council. And 4, that the URAGs be incorporated into the upcoming urban design manual update. So on these, we have, I think, a really exciting opportunity before us. The region has and is advancing plans to reconstruct University Avenue between Weber and Albert. That's a significant part of the corridor and an important one. And the way that gets built is going to shape significantly how we experience or how we don't experience the vision of this study over the next 20, 30, 40 years, because that hard infrastructure, once it's in the ground, that's where it is until it needs to come out. And so I heard the region's new manager of transportation, policy signal, that an intersection like King and University is $1 million. It's something you have to get right the first time. Even if all the other components of that aren't quite ready for prime time, you have to do the intersection right the first time because you don't get another chance to do it. So it really has to. That's an intersection that really has to come alive through that reconstruction in 2023, and is going to become a focal point falling off of this vision. I think Councillor Vasic spoke to the need for crossing Highway 85. I do know that there's Regent's got on the books in 2025 that crossing. The vision speaks to sort of a pedestrian cycling bridge separate from that connection. That's a significant capital project that isn't going to happen soon. So what we need in the interim is a way for people to get across that space, not in a car, in a way that doesn't feel like you're taking your life into your hands. And so I think it's really key that the region designed something as an interim solution that works there. We did that on Lexington. I think there are opportunities across University Ave to do the same thing. Hydroburial is something that's going to be visually critical in this corridor, but that's going to be in the long term. What we did in Hickory Street, where the same thing is true, is we, at least as we were rebuilding it, put in those underground duct banks so that you could pull those wires later without ripping up the road. I think people don't like seeing things that are new be torn up because you didn't plan right. And I think this is an opportunity to do that right from the beginning. And that's also about pedestrian scale lighting. You can't have safe, active transportation if it's not 24 hours a day. And I think it's really critical that the region starts leading the way on these kinds of corridors, and we have to make sure that that's going to be possible in these reconstructions. And the other elements here are about making sure that the dollars that we've set aside and that are available in other budgets, staff take a look at opportunities to move those quick wins, those low-hanging fruit forward, and asking for reports to come back to release those funds and do that work in time for next year. And finally, everybody's favorite urban design manual, the city has in its work plan a citywide update to our urban design manual, and certainly these are significant guidelines in a significant space that should be that should have its own space in those. So those are some key moves that I think are critical for us to keep our eyes focused on, and particularly in the short and medium term, so that the vision has a chance of not becoming piecemeal, of being sitting on a shelf and gathering dust. We have opportunities right away to have the rubber hit the road and start really building around that vision. So with that, I'd be happy to move the motion with this amendment that I read, and to vote in favor of it.
It's sort of like the giddy up amendment. I like it. Very good. There's probably lots of people that would like to move this, but we're going to go in ward order, and so lucky Councillor Bonagor gets to go next.
Indeed, Councillor Bonagor, Ward 7, which also shares a chunk of this roadway, enthusiastically supports this and vote in favour.
And Councillor Hanmer is not with us due to her pecuniary interest, so over to Ward 2.
Sorry, I just noticed that or realized that. Councillor Bodley votes in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. Congratulations to all of us. We have a strategy for University Ave. Well done. Thank you very much, team, for doing all the public consultation on this. Was able to participate, as many of us were, in them, and been a long time coming, and I would say it's done right. That's all we can ask. We'll just invite back Councillor Hanmer. And she is back. a woman. And while we're just waiting to confirm that, I noticed that we had two, what I believe to be quick items coming up. Then we have our two public sessions, or yeah, three public sessions. What we're going to do is we're going to go for the first two, take a 5-minute break, and then, gang, we're going to go for it. We're going to get this done before supper. I have a good feeling. So with that, we'll go to item E, which is the city/region sidewalk patio master plan agreement. A report prepared for us by Christine Tetman. Are there any questions on this one? Seeing none, and a lot of this takes place in the Uptown, I will look to Ward 7, Ward 1 to take us forward, please.
This is Councillor Bonagor. I move the recommendation and vote in favour.
And hopefully Councillor Hanmer is just back in time to second the motion on the city sidewalk plan.
Councillor Hanmer is happy to second the motion, and I vote in favor.
Thank you.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Christine, for preparing this for us. Next up, item F is the parking exemption request. Supportive Housing of Waterloo, 144 Herb Street East, prepared by Joel Cotter. This is something that came to us quite quickly. Very proud of the team for turning it around in support of affordable housing. Do we have any questions on this? And seeing none, I'll look to the ward councillor. I think this is Ward 7, isn't it? Yeah, it's Ward 7. The ward councillor
Yes, it is.
to take us forward on this, and feel free to give any commentary as you move it.
Indeed, I would like to give a comment first, just to thank staff for their extremely fast response here. This is an easy way to support the provision of more housing for the people who need it the most in the core. So thank you very much. This has been a head-spinning turnaround, and I am happy to move this and vote in favour.
Excellent. We'll just continue around the horseshoe.
Councillor Hanmer, I too am equally pleased to recommend this motion, the recommendations, approve the recommendations, and I will vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That passes unanimously. A great way to help show Supportive Housing of Waterloo, a great organization bringing affordable and supportive housing to our community. And with that, we are going to recess for 5 minutes, but as soon as I see 5 councillors back and we have quorum, I will start reading the informal public meeting information session to the crowd. So see you back in 5 minutes. Let me know via chat when you're back. Thank you. Just note to everyone, we'll be continuing in about 10 seconds. This is a public meeting to receive information on item 12A, COVID Relief Community Improvement Plan, CIP. There will be no decisions made this afternoon. Council and the public are seeing this application for the first time. Council is looking for feedback from interested parties with respect to this program. Tonight's comments will be taken into consideration developing a staff position on this program, and a staff report will be considered by Council at a future public meeting. Anyone who requests further notice of this program will receive notice of the future public meeting. Anybody who wants further notice of this program, including the future public meeting and passage of any bylaw, should contact Economic Development Officer Frederick Van Royen at 519-465-5501 or at frederick.vanroyen@waterloo.ca. That's spelled FREDRICK.VANROOYEN@waterloo.ca. Ilaha Muskil from the Economic Development Office will now provide a brief overview of the proposed CIP program. Welcome, Ilaha.
Good afternoon. Just want to confirm if everyone can hear me.
Sounding great, loud and clear.
Perfect. So, Mayor, members of council, and members of the public, my name is Ilaha Mosakil, and I am here today alongside Economic Development staff, Justin McFadden and Kristen Sainsbury, along with Adam Lauder from Planning, to provide you with an overview of the proposed draft citywide COVID Relief Community Improvement Plan. The purpose of this meeting is to receive input from the public on the proposed draft CIP document. Next slide, please. So what is a community improvement plan? A community improvement plan is a document prescribed by the Planning Act, specifically Section 28, which allows municipalities to implement programs for the purpose of growth and revitalization. This tool allows municipalities to provide financial incentives such as grants and loans, and municipalities through their official plan can focus on a specific area such as an uptown or downtown, or it can be citywide as prescribed with our draft CIP. Next slide, please. So in order for municipalities to enact and adopt CIPs, there must be policies directed in their official plan that allow for this use. Section 12.3.2 of Waterloo's official plan contains a detailed outline of policies designed to direct the form, nature, and rate of growth and change within the municipality. And it also encourages public and private sector investment for the purpose of redevelopment and improvement. Next slide. So the purpose of this CIP is to provide financial support to our business community, specifically small to medium-sized businesses who have been disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. In response to the required closure of businesses, staff has determined that a community improvement plan will allow for business resiliency and future economic recovery. Overall, this proposed CIP, through a grant program, aims to help offset incremental costs incurred in response to COVID-19. Next slide. So this just provides a very, sorry, next slide, please. One back. Perfect. So this just provides a very quick overview of the timeline and follows the guiding principles and process of developing a CIP that is prescribed by the Planning Act. We have been consulting with community through Engage Waterloo since mid-December, and we have received over 300 responses to date. We have issued public and agency notice on January the 28th. Today represents the informal meeting, and we will be coming back to Council for the public meeting on March 22nd in accordance with the official plan. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs has asked to be consulted in all CIPs, and they are currently reviewing our draft CIP. We anticipate to receive comments and recommendations from the Ministry, and depending on the timing of those comments received, we will bring the final CIP and bylaw at the March 22nd or April 19th meeting. Next slide, please. So the CIP is designed to provide eligible businesses with a grant of up to $1,500, which has been funded through the reallocation of $1 million from the Uptown CIP and previous unallocated funds from portions of the Uptown CIP. Currently, staff is reviewing to increase this amount to $2,500 as we have received feedback from the public to reconsider the proposed amount. There are 5 proposed program streams, which includes Physical Distancing Improvement Grant, the Business Adaptation Grant, Improved Ventilation Grant, Outdoor Business Improvement Grant, and last but not least, the Technology Expansion Grant. Next slide. So this slide demonstrates the proposed financial incentive program streams within the CIP that businesses can qualify for. All of these programs are intended to support the health and safety of our community members. The first proposed stream is the Physical Improvement Grant, and this does aim to support improvements required for successful physical distancing. So some examples include the installation of protective screens, physical barriers, floor markings as well, and even signages and displays that encourage physical distancing. The second is the Business Adaptation Grant, and this aims to support physical or business operation changes required for businesses to operate safely or to ensure financial viability. So some examples that we have included would be physical modifications required to provide for curbside pickup or delivery services, touchless door handles or faucets, and even obtaining professional advice to support business operations. Then we have the Improved Ventilation Grant, and this one aims to support retrofitting and improvements made to ventilation and air quality. Examples of this include improved air purification systems, upgrades to heating and air conditioning ventilation, and even window and door replacement to promote air movement. Then we have the Outdoor Business Improvement Grant, and this one is quite straightforward, so just essentially really supporting the construction and the furnishing of outdoor patio or seating areas to expand capacity or extending the season. And lastly, the Technology Expansion Grant aims to support technological infrastructure required to enhance connectivity or to implement digital practices for businesses to move online. Some examples that we have included would be optional payment methods, so touchless payment, hiring of professionals for online websites, and even enhancing e-commerce. Next slide. So to be eligible for the grant, applicants must meet the following criteria. So the very first one is the type of business. So this includes but is not limited to sectors such as retail, food services, hospitality and tourism, arts, culture and entertainment, not-for-profit, personal care services, medical practitioners, and recreation as well. Any business that is affiliated with a franchise will be eligible, so long that the franchise location is independently owned and operated. It's important to keep in mind that businesses that fall outside one of these sectors are also eligible, so long that they are able to demonstrate how they have met the proposed eligibility criteria and how their business has been negatively impacted by limited operations as a result of the pandemic. The next eligibility criteria is to be physically located in the city of Waterloo and must have a valid business license with the city. In cases where a business is exempt from a business license, they must comply with zoning requirements. Reduction in revenue. So businesses must be able to demonstrate a 30% reduction in revenue through HST returns, corporate income tax return, or any other acceptable financial statements as approved by the Executive Director of Economic Development. Next slide. So the business must be existing currently and operational prior to January 2020. And the size of the business, as stated earlier, we are really aiming to help small and medium-sized businesses. So we have come to the conclusion that setting a cap on employees is probably the best way to go. Thus far, we have agreed that 1 to 80 employees is kind of the set right now, so that could be part-time or full-time. For food services, we've expanded this a little bit, so the maximum number of employees should be a maximum of 90. And in terms of other funding, so businesses applying for the COVID relief grant must not have received funding from the Uptime BIA Come Back Up Fund in 2020 or 2021. However, the city may permit recipients from the Waterloo Tourism Adaptation Grant to apply for any unallocated expenditures. Next slide. So the preparation of the draft COVID relief CIP benefited from a lot of valuable input from our community members that we have received through public engagement. As of January 25th, we've received 230 responses, and the survey actually did close today at 4 o'clock. The first element is a proposed criteria of demonstrating that 30% reduction in revenues. And so far, 70% of respondents agreed that this is the best way for businesses to demonstrate that need for assistance. The second element is related to the program streams. And the top two most voted streams in which businesses had adopted changes that have incurred the most costs have fallen within the physical distancing and the business adaptation streams. Many businesses have highlighted that costs were associated with implementing those hygiene barriers, those COVID-related signages, and really reconfiguring their interior space to adhere to health regulations. And lastly, the vast majority of respondents did identify that businesses operating prior to March 17, 2020 should be eligible rather than our proposed date of January 1st, 2020. Next slide. So the day-to-day administration of the CIP will be undertaken by the economic development staff. It is anticipated that applications will be accepted on a rolling basis until December 31st, 2021, and the Executive Director of Economic Development or their delegate will make the final approval of an application provided that supporting documentation has been submitted. Next slide. So our next steps will include modifying the draft CIP based on public input received to date. The formal public meeting is set for March 22nd, 2021 with ongoing review from the Ministry. Council consideration of the final bylaw and CIP will either take place on March 22nd or April 19th based on timing of Ministry input received. And following this, we will issue notice of passing the CIP, which will then be followed by the mandatory 20-day appeal period. Application intake will open upon successful conclusion of the appeal period. Next slide. So the recommendations we proposed are as outlined in the council package, with the exception of the date being removed from recommendation number 3. The formal public meeting is still planned for March, but we are waiting Ministry comment. So we may require the final plan to be brought forward in April. So this is just something that staff wanted to flag to council at this meeting. Next slide. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time, and any questions are welcome. Justin McFadden, the Executive Director, will be directing questions. Thank you.
Excellent presentation, Ilaha. Thank you very much. Now, I do know that in speaking with Mr. McFadden, there was a question on the which version of the motion to look at, whether it be in the PowerPoint or in the as printed. So I'll just that'll be my first question to Mr. McFadden on that.
Okay, thank you. So I am actually not looking at the printed version. I'm only looking at the presentation version.
Yeah, it's really just whether the part should be struck or not, which is your current preference.
We'd prefer to strike it just to give us the flexibility based on what happens with the Ministry.
Yep. Okay, cool. I just wanted that clarity. So now back to my formal part. Does any council have any questions for staff? Please remember this is a public meeting to introduce this program to council and the community and identify initial issues, and only questions of clarification may be asked. Council members should not express opinions at this point. And I'll look for any hands up, and I see Councillor Hanmer and Councillor Bonagor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, my first question actually is now a clarification based on what you just commented on. I thought this was a informal planning meeting and therefore nothing was going to be voted on. So was just concerned or curious why we have recommendations that we will be considering. Are these to be the recommendations that will be considered at the formal meeting?
I can take that.
Through the chair to Councillor Hammer, I think that Justin is best to respond to this, but my understanding is that this is not an informal as one would typically think of under the Planning Act, although it is being run like that. And so I'll let Justin speak to that more, or perhaps Joel might want to also chime in.
Julie, before you turn to them, the mayor's comments were that there would be no votes taken.
Yes, so maybe we need to reframe the recommendations as just directional information to council.
You've really got me confused because I'm not understanding why that we can do that in an informal meeting. Maybe while you think about it, I do have another question that I can go on to for Elaha. Thank you for your presentation. I was just curious, with the streams that you have, is there any plan, or what happens if there aren't any applicants in some of the streams? Given that this program will end December 31st, 2021, is there or could there be an opportunity that any unspent funds in one particular stream could be allocated or reallocated to another stream that might be heavier subscribed to?
Yes, so through the mayor to you, Councillor, that's a really good question. So, I mean, once we launch applications and we start receiving them, we will be doing an intake in terms of reviewing everything that we have received to date and make any necessary modifications. So, in the case if we receive absolutely no applications for one of the streams, then there will be consideration to possibly either remove a certain stream or go about the reallocation. I don't know if Justin had any further comments to add in terms of the funding piece to that question.
No, I think that's covered.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Hanmer, I'll ask Joel if he could chime in for a moment. My understanding is tonight is what is going on? I think it's because of the YouTube.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Hamner. Typically, the official plan sets out alternative notification requirements. And the requirements in the official plan speak to informal and formal public meetings for what I would call more traditional planning applications, so zone bylaw amendments to the official plan, where the Planning Act itself describes or prescribes the requirements for giving notice and how public engagement is to occur. This process is being advanced with 2 public meetings, one to present the CIP and receive initial questions or comments from council. No votes are being provided. And then there'll be a future meeting, which will be where a final decision will be made. So it's being run similar to an informal and a formal, but they are not, this is not a true informal public meeting. But what I would suggest is I think the recommendations are effectively economic development's next steps. So I don't know if council needs to vote on them. It's what economic development will do. They will take the comments of council and anyone from the community and report back to council either at the next meeting in March 22 or in April. So I think the understanding of how the process will move forward is clear. Council may just want to receive the report being recommendation 1 and not take action on recommendations 2 and 3.
So really looking at them as next steps. Thank you, Mr. Carter. That does make a lot more sense than voting. Thank you.
Excellent clarification, team. Next up, I have Councillor Bonagor and then Councillor Bodley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just have a question about what is envisioned for locally owned franchises. Would they, first of all, would they fall under this CIP potentially?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. So yes, locally owned franchises. We were kind of dividing between sort of national franchises. So we are, so locally owned franchises would be things like, Beertown is part of a locally owned franchise. So we would be looking to support those as separate businesses based on their organizational structure.
What about a locally owned larger franchise, say someone like a local franchise for a national or international corporation?
That's right. So we are exactly. So for example, Beertown would be part of the Charcoal Group. So we would look at Beertown and Wildcraft as two separate businesses, both locally owned. And that's kind of how we're looking at the local franchises.
So would a larger franchise, like that's what I'm getting at, like can a locally owned McDonald's franchise access this as well? Not just for clarification.
Yeah, so if it's owned, basically no. So we're trying to stay away from the national franchises. That's the intent. So most of the businesses you'd find, for example, at Conestoga Mall, would not be participating in this program.
Okay, thank you. I was mostly wondering if a parent company had offered COVID funding to its franchisees, would that be captured under the process? You mentioned if businesses have accessed other grants for their eligible expenses, would possibly corporate supports be captured through that process as well?
So so Kristen on our team has been doing quite a bit of work on this one. So I think I'm going to defer the rest of this question to her. Do you want to jump in, Kristen?
Sure, thank you. We really don't have a lot of capacity to track every grant or every potential bit of support. So we really were only targeting those grants where we thought there could be more duplicate in terms of where the money's coming from, such as the Uptown Waterloo BIA grant that they are proposing. It would be very similar, and much of the money has come through local taxpayers. So we were not going to say that they could not have received any other support or grants elsewhere, only that one and the other one that we've been involved with through the regional tourism. And the other reason for that is that the funds were to support very similar programs that that we're looking at with our CIP.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Now, I will add one point of clarity that I had been advocating for, and I'll ask Justin just to confirm. The upper levels of government, federal and provincial, will be offering help to local organizations, and I think the term for that is stackable. So the municipality, if they take some money from municipality under a CIP, that this would not preclude them from getting money from the province or the federal government, that we want it to be stackable as far as government goes. Justin, can you just confirm that is the current thought and the idea behind our program as well?
Yes, so you're right, Mayor. The intent would be, for example, some of the federal programs require you to come forward with, say, cover 20% of the cost of your COVID-related expense, and then the government would cover the 80%. what we're saying here is that you can use this funding to cover that 20% that you're kind of required to put forward as your own funding.
Yeah, excellent. Over to Councillor Bodley, please.
Thank you. Through your Mayor Jaworski, I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to, I guess, within this report, it stated that there was consideration being given to increasing it from 1,500 to 2,500. What is going to go into that consideration? Might there be sort of 1,500 available to everybody and 2,500 available to some businesses that maybe need it more? What, if you could maybe speak to what consideration is being given about that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sure. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Yeah, the intent has always been to try to kind of maximize the amount of money that we can give to the businesses that we're trying to zero in on that really need it. And so, as we've built kind of that criteria funnel to zero in on the businesses that we need to support, we've also been able to kind of, assess how many businesses are likely to apply and find that balance. So now, after having worked through that analysis, the team is working very diligently through those prospective applicants with the criteria that we've set, and do feel comfortable that we can move forward most likely with 2,500 per as a maximum for every applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. I see no further questions. As has been pointed out, this is not just an informal meeting, this is an ultra informal meeting. And there are no further speakers, so we will just move on with business. Thank you very much to the team to bring an important program to help our local businesses survive, then thrive throughout this pandemic as we make our way through it. And thank you very much, Ilaha, for your kind presentation today, very articulate. Next up, we have a real informal public meeting. So Councillor Hammer has declared her conflict, so we'll be departing for a bit. This is an informal public meeting to consider item 12B, removal of H holding symbol, Z2006, 364 Willett Street, Funvest Homes Corp. There will be no decisions made tonight. Council and the public are seeing this application for the first time. Council is looking for feedback from interested parties with respect to this application. Tonight's comments will be taken into consideration in developing a staff position on this application, and a staff report will be considered by Council during a formal public meeting at a future time. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands and anyone who requests further notice of this application will receive notice of the formal public meeting. Anybody who wants further notice of this application, including the formal public meeting and passage of any bylaw, should contact the planner, John Voss, at 519-747-8527 or at john.voss@waterloo.ca. The planner, John Voss, will now provide a brief overview of the application. Welcome, John.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jaworski, councillors, and members of the public. As a point of clarification, although this is being treated as a public meeting, it's not required as an informal public meeting. This is more of a courtesy to inform council of the holding removal application that's being requested for this property. I'll describe the application in some further detail. Next slide, please. So the subject property is located within the Lexington neighborhood at 364 Woolwich Street, at the corner of Lexington Crescent. We can see it there outlined on the map. Next slide, please. The property is currently developed with a single detached dwelling. The owner is proposing to remove the holding symbol in order to redevelop the property with up to 3 single detached dwellings. I'll describe that in a lot more detail moving forward. Next slide. So the official plan designates the property as low density residential and Specific Provision Area 2, which discourages severances until full municipal services have been provided. Woolwich Street was reconstructed in 2016 and full services are installed at that time. Next slide, please. The property is currently zoned Holding Residential 3, or HR3, with site-specific regulations C214, which provides site-specific lot area and lot frontage regulations, as well as details of how to lift the holding symbol. So as noted earlier, the property owner is intending to develop the property with 3 single detached dwellings. This was initially proposed near the end of the comprehensive zoning bylaw review. This process, the previous council approved the requested site-specific zoning and applied a holding symbol to ensure specific concerns were addressed before development proceeds. These concerns are identified on the site-specific zone, and I'll describe them in the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. So in order to remove the holding symbol, the applicant must verify that street trees and the root zones will not be impacted, including the large elm tree on Woolwich Street. That development on the lands will not impact the Walter Bean Grand River Trail along the Woolwich Street, which we can see on the picture. Next slide, please. You must also verify that private services on nearby lands will not be permanently disrupted or degraded as a result of the development or home construction on the lands, that the building footing be located at least 0.5 meters above the maximum elevation of the seasonably high groundwater table and or maximum elevation of the groundwater. Next, number 5, development on the land will be compatible with the nearby residential properties, and that the planned residential character on the north side of Woolwich Street will not be adversely impacted. Next slide, please. So as identified in the 5th point, the character is being considered to determine whether the lots are appropriate. So to address compatibility, the applicant has prepared a block plan report which analyzes the existing lot fabric for the surrounding area and identifies lots where future severances could occur. Council will be asked to consider supporting the plan as guidance for where severances are appropriate and where they should be discouraged. For example, lots fronting on Woolwich Street may have potential to be severed, while lots fronting on Lexington Crescent and Cedar Cliff Drive would be discouraged from future severances. Next slide, please. Several plans and reports have been submitted with the application. Copies of these documents are available on the city's website. Next slide, please. Staff review listed items and prepare a report for council to consider during the formal public meeting, which is scheduled for March 22nd. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to respond to any of council's questions.
Thank you very much, John. Just want to be sure I have the right paperwork here. And we do have delegations to speak, 2 of them. Does any council have any questions for staff at this time? This is an informal public meeting where questions of clarification can be asked. Up first is Councillor Vasic.
Thanks through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks so much, John, for the presentation. It was really clear. I have 2 questions. I'm curious, based on some of the comments that we've received from the neighborhood, I'm curious what the process will be for engaging neighbors from this point forward on the project. And related to that question is how the city, neighbors, and developer intend to, if they do, plan to work together to achieve mutually desirable goals.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vasic. Today's meeting is the first step in the application process. Neighbors are welcome to submit comments to me by mail or by email. And there'll also be opportunity for the neighbors to speak at the formal public meeting on March 22nd before council makes a decision on the application. And through this time over the next month, and as we prepare for the severance applications for when those proceed, there'll be opportunity to meet with staff and to provide comments as we prepare for the final decisions.
Okay, thanks for that. And can you help myself and residents understand, then is it through you that the comments then go to the applicant, or do those conversations ever happen between everybody? Are you the mediator in the middle, or can everyone kind of get together? What does that look like, or can that look like?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Basic. So correct, I'm the intermediary where comments can be provided to me and I can provide those on to the applicant. And ultimately, I'd be the one preparing the final recommendation to council. But I can help coordinate those discussions to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to converse and have those discussions as needed.
Okay, thank you. That's good information and food for thought for me. Thank you. My second question is around many of the comments that I've heard so far from a few people are related to the severance itself. And we're being informed today of removing the holding symbol, and March 22nd will be asked to remove it potentially. So if it meets the criteria. So if council disagrees with the severance in theory, would and the severance application actually goes to the Committee of Adjustment, should council not remove the holding symbol if staff do recommend to take off the holding symbol?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Basic. That is correct. So council should only remove the holding symbol when you're satisfied that all concerns have been resolved. Staff will continue to review the application and prepare a recommendation. However, the recommendation will include various options for council to consider. So that could include approving, deferring, or denying the application. The severance itself will happen after council has removed the holding. So if council has removed the holding and is satisfied and removes the holding, then it's up to the committee, which is a separate group, to actually complete the severance applications.
Okay, so I guess if I guess my question is also then, like, because council does not have decision-making power over Committee of Adjustment applications, and so if you do recommend removing the holding symbol because particular criteria have been met, but council were still to disagree with the severance, even though we don't have decision-making power over that, is that a reason to not approve or not vote in favor of a staff recommendation to remove the holding symbol should all of the criteria be met? Like if we were to feel like, I don't think this should be severed into 3, it should only be severed into 2, which is what some people are requesting, should we not remove the holding symbol? Or should that stay strictly with Committee of Adjustment, I guess is my question.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Basic, there, I see the intent in there, and you're correct. The Committee of Adjustment is the group that will make a decision on the severance applications themselves. However, council is being asked to support the block plan, which is one of the conditions of removing the holding. So if council determines that the block plan should only result in 2 lots on this property, then that would be council's decision to make that part of their decision. So if council is agreeable that 3 lots are appropriate, then that can also be part of their decision. Now's the time to negotiate that and come to a resolution so that we can proceed with lifting the holding. If that answers the question.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Excellent clarification, because I think we all have that look for clarity in the fog of which takes place first, the chicken or the egg. So thank you very much for providing clarity on that and the great questioning, Councillor Basic. Councillor Bodley up next.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Could you go back to the slide that shows the 5 holding provision requirements that need to be removed? That one right there. Oh, sorry, number 5 is what I was looking at. Yep, thank you very much. Just as a councillor who was not on council when this decision was made to implement the holding provision, can I get an understanding from staff or further clarification from staff on how they interpret the intent of council on number 5 there? What does compatible with nearby residential properties and residential character of Woolwich Street what does that mean from a staff perspective? How do they interpret the intent of that? Is it to the properties that are on Lexington, or is it to the properties that are across the street on Woolwich? Any further clarification would be appreciated.
Sure. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bodley, this is very different perspectives on how you could review this. We could just look at the lands that are north of Woolwich Street, but in terms of the area and the surrounding area, we've looked at this as the broader area, including lands south of Woolwich, and mainly this main section. So that's kind of the area that we're looking at, and that's the study area that the applicant has summarized in their report. Ultimately, we're still reviewing that to see if that's an appropriate area. Should it be expanded? Should it be reduced? Or should that be confined? But my understanding when council applied the holding was that it should consider the broad area, which is the areas north and south of Woolwich Street.
Thank you for that clarification. And just as a follow-up to that, we often hear a lot about character of neighborhoods, and sometimes I feel like that's a little bit of coded language for certain things. What from a planning perspective, when you see a holding provision that references residential character, what are the types of things that means to you from a planning perspective?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bodley, there's many different aspects that could be considered. It could be details like the setback from the street, the size of dwellings, the landscaping, street trees, whether a street has sidewalks or doesn't have sidewalks, the type of light fixtures, streetscape that is incorporated. There's various aspects that could be considered. When we look at this area, in terms of the character, we'd be looking at, again, the setbacks is a significant one. The size of the lots, yeah, those are generally the characteristics.
Sorry, making notes. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for that clarification. Back to you, Mayor Jaworski.
Thanks, and good question on item 5 there. I don't see any further questions at this point, John, and so let me just move on. We do have a registered delegates, and I think Dave Galbraith is up first, Senior Planner IBI Group.
Great. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound good.
It sounds good. So yeah, I'm really here to be available for questions today. Thanks, John, for your presentation and for walking council and the community through the application that's being considered. I think, as John mentioned, it's important to recognize that there's the 5 conditions for the removing of the holding provision, and we believe on behalf of the applicant that they have been demonstrated here. The first 4, as you had caught on to before, are a little more technical in nature, and then the 5th one is a little more subjective. But when we prepared the block plan, we looked at the lot not just on as it relates to Lexington Drive and north of Woolwich, but also as a kind of interface for the area in transition, right? So you have a lot of recent developments on the other side of Woolwich Street. And our report found that that the proposed lot sizes would be in keeping with providing a nice an appropriate buffer from the more generous lots along Lexington Crest to across Woolwich Street. So I am available for any questions that you might have for the applicant on this file. And again, thank you, John, for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Dave. I kind of lost track in our hands up area here, but I think Councillor Vasic, you have a question on this one?
Yes, please. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks. Through your Mayor Jaworski. Thanks, Dave. I have probably one question, but I'm going to provide some context here. So, okay, everyone has different goals. Your goals are to build houses to sell, and it's a business. the neighborhood's goals are to maintain character and be involved in the process, and the city's goals are to provide housing because we have an affordability crisis. So what I'm curious about in moving forward is, to me, the planning process seems like, okay, there's a lot, you cut it up, you build some houses, done. It's real linear. So what I'm really curious about, and what I'd be really excited about, is if if the applicant can work with the neighborhood to come up with a creative solution. And I know that the city will be the intermediary, and John will help to be an intermediary, and I trust him to do a good job in that, because I've had an opportunity to work with him now for more than 2 years. So I have confidence in that. But what I'm hearing from the neighborhood too is that they want to be involved in the process. And what I want to address is the affordability crisis. And I want you to be able to meet, or the applicant to be able to meet their own goals as well. So I guess I'd be really excited to see you and the city and the neighborhood come together with some really creative solutions to meet these mutually desirable goals. And I don't know what those things would be. I mean, I have ideas, obviously, because I have lots of ideas about things that I get excited about. But I guess I'm encouraging you to think outside the box to meet everybody's goals. And I'm not sure exactly how that would happen, but it's a bit of a call to action on my behalf, because we keep running up against the same problems here. We need to meet all those three parties' goals. And everyone sort of feels a little bit let down in each of the ways. So yeah, I guess your thoughts on that are fine, or would be welcome for sure. But more, it's just me asking you to really hunker down face to face with some of the neighbors and maybe come up with some creative solutions that will also help meet the affordability crisis, meet some of the neighbors' goals, and help the applicant attain their goals, their business goals as well.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. We have heard a little bit from John on the flavor of the comments from the neighborhood, and we will work with John moving forward to look into these comments. Yeah, and I think on the matter of compatibility, it's important to look at the broader neighborhood, and that's the importance of the block planning exercise here. That it's not just looking at the site in isolation; it's looking at the potential for other severances in this area. So we believe we've done that, but again, we will work with John or through John to understand the nature of the comments from the community.
Thanks, Dave. Just one quick follow-up for my own clarification. Are you not allowed to talk to the neighbors, or because of the Planning Act, or is that just a sort of not typical process, which is why you would be going through John?
Yeah, so it's not typical. Again, this is a holding application. It's not, as John had mentioned, an informal meeting is atypical for the removal of a holding provision, because really we're addressing technical considerations here. More regularly, it would be through that committee of adjustment process, which the client is advancing as well, where we do typically have a better opportunity to hear the comments from the community, but it's again typically through the planning department at the city versus going out and knocking on doors.
Right. Okay. Thanks for. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. All right. Well, you know where I'm at, and I hope we can come up with some really creative solutions again. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any further hands up for questions for you, Dave, but thank you for attending today.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, I do have a resident who will have 5 minutes based on registration time, Rainer Mueller. Now let's bring Rainer into the conversation. Oh, you're there?
Oh, yes, I am. Can everybody hear me?
Excellent. You're coming in loud and clear. Very good, Rainer.
Great, great. Appreciate your time, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Rainer Mueller. My wife, Dean, and I have lived at 442 Lexington Crescent for 14 years. That makes us relative newcomers. Residents have been here for 50+ years in many cases. And one question I've got, have all the councillors ever been on Lexington Crescent? It's quite a special part of the city. And I'll just leave that open-ended question. Our property side yard flanks the rear yard of the subject lands. So we are the home immediately to the north of those proposed 3 lots. We, more than any other property owners, are the most severely impacted, although the whole neighborhood is clearly affected by this proposal. I've been given only a few minutes and we'll focus on just a couple items. We have submitted a letter documenting, I think in detail, more of our comments, and you should have a copy in your package, and I would encourage you to read it and be very appreciative if you did. Schedule C of the comprehensive zoning bylaw, which covers the site-specific zones, is 302 pages long. And on page 302, one would find, if they are so inclined to discover, the regulations around this proposed development, including the 5 criteria for removing the holding provision. But as I've mentioned to Mr. Cotter, Mr. Voss, several councillors, the neighborhood really did not have an opportunity to digest and comment on this proposal 3 years ago. In fact, many only found out about it last week because of the ad in the Chronicle that this severance was being considered. We'd have to say that transparency did not have its finest hour here. The holding provision establishes 5 criteria which must be satisfied before it can be lifted, and my intent is to focus on the block plan. This is a 50-page document, and this document must establish that the development, according to page 302, and this is a paragraph that the comments have been focused on, it has to demonstrate that the development will be compatible with nearby residential properties and that the planned residential character on the north side of Woolwich will not be adversely impacted to the satisfaction of the city of Waterloo. It must fit the fabric of the community. It cannot adversely impact the neighborhood, period. It must be compatible, which is another way of saying it must be well matched or harmonious with the surrounding residential area. Again, I'll highlight north of Woolwich Street. I'd like to pause here. This development in the bylaw's own words, its own language, must be well suited and friendly to the existing development north of Woolwich Street. That is what compatible means. At best, this document, prepared by the applicant's advocate planner, is a box checking exercise of what might, could, and should happen inside the neighborhood. It has failed in its key objective, though, to address why and how these 3 proposed lots would be compatible with the fabric of the neighborhood north of Woolwich Street. Ultimately, in its justification for its client for 3 lots on this property on page 31, it refers back to its compliance with the site-specific zoning regulations for this property. I am dumbfounded by the logic here. Basically, we are being told that the proposed development is compatible because it follows the exception, an exception established only through a special provision. To meet the standard, it needs not to be in harmony with a development south of Woolwich. That is not the test. It must fit the fabric of the lands north of Woolwich. Council has seen this type of proposal before, and it has acted on very similar proposals by supporting a compromise of 2 lots in these kinds of situations. I draw your attention to the corner of Lexington Road and Bridge Street. 2 lots there were created as a compromise, not 3. And we've been reassured as far back as 2016 that this would be how council would assess these applications. We can't turn back time, but we can be honest and recognize that the applicant has been unable to justify the fit within the neighborhood, again, north of Woolwich Street. 3 lots are too much on too little. The precedents are clear and visible. 3 lots on a property originally designed for 1 lot and 1 home in this neighborhood, with the criteria established by city staff, does not pass that test. It does not meet the standard for compatibility. It does not meet the intent of the holding provision. I appreciate your time today and would ask to continue to be involved in the process as per Councillor Vasek's comments. We look forward to working with the applicant in the city to make sure that this is right for the neighborhood north of Woolwich Street. Thank you.
Excellent on timing and excellent information there, Reiner. I'll look to any councillors who have any questions. And I'll just pause. I know Councillor Vasek has her hand up. Is there anybody who has questions for the delegate? I don't see any, so I'll go to Councillor Vasek. Please go ahead.
Oh, Councillor Bodley just said he has a question. Do you want to do that first?
Oh, yeah, let's go with the question first, Councillor Bodley, and then we'll go to Councillor Vasek.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my keyboard. It's not always responding properly to me here today. My apologies for that. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to the delegate, can I ask, in terms of the practical difference from your perspective? I know you mentioned that you're the property just north of the proposed severance here. From your perspective, and just very personally, is my question. What is the difference between 2 and 3 lots in terms of the impact to your home specifically?
What's the difference? The difference between 2 and 3 is 2 additional properties looking over my backyard versus a bungalow right now. The difference is the density in terms of parking that we have issues with on Lexington Crescent as it is. I'm not sure if you know that there's a parking restriction on Woolwich right now. So a lot of individuals are using Lexington for parking as a parking lot. Neither the density or the landscaping or the setbacks are going to be what is typical in this neighborhood right now. I'll be looking up at 2-story buildings encroaching at a very significant height, and the height will be exacerbated by the information in the hydrogeologic report, which will insist on a pretty high foundation as it is. So it's a lot to do with built form, but it's a lot to do with sense of harmony with what is here on this side of Woolwich, not on the other side.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. Over to Councillor Vasek, please.
Yeah, I just, through you, Mayor Jaworski, I wanted to say thanks, Reiner. I think that you've been pretty open through the whole process, understanding too that the city does have intensification goals. And also, I'm really hearing what you're saying about wanting to be better involved in the process. And I think there was last week just an article in the Chronicle where people, just everyday residents, don't feel as informed about or as savvy with the process, whereas the applicants often have background and much more savvy and resources to navigate the system. And so when you feel like you don't have that ability to navigate the system, to ask the right questions, because you don't always know what questions to ask, it can feel like you're being walked over. And so I really appreciate how that feels, and glad for you to have brought up the concerns of yourself and some of your neighbors. And I hope that I'm glad you'll be involved in the process going forward as well. And I do trust in John as well. And I really appreciate John for having brought this to a public meeting based on your input and input from other neighbors too. So I hope that this is a right step in the right direction to repair some of the ill feelings, and just wanted to say thank you again for delegating and getting some information to us in advance as well.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Vasek, and thank you, Mr. Mueller. That was very good, and I think we'll just look to see where we go with next steps after this. So thank you very much for your delegation this afternoon. I will now look to the Deputy Clerk to let us know if there's any further delegates who have perhaps called in.
No more delegates, Mayor.
Thank you. As the Deputy Clerk informs me, there are no further speakers. This informal public meeting is now concluded. Staff will review the issues and provide further reporting to Council at a later date. Thank you very much, John, but don't go too far. Oh, we just have to get Councillor Hanmer back from sequestration. Excellent. So we have Councillor Hanmer back. If you would like to speak at this public planning meeting today, please call the clerk's office at 519-747-8705 to be added to the list of delegations. This is a formal public meeting to consider zoning bylaw amendment Z2004 to remove the holding symbol from a portion of 93 to 119 Rogers Street, Breeds Heritage Homes. Any persons who want further notices of application, including the passage of any bylaw, should contact the planner, John Voss, at 519-747-8527, or at john.voss@waterloo.ca. That's john.vos@waterloo.ca. Will the clerk please advise council of the method used to give notice of the meeting and the dates notice was given? And let me just turn down my volume.
Notice was advertised in the Waterloo Region Record on February 10th, 2021, the Waterloo Chronicle on February 18th, 2021, and mailed or emailed on February 9th, 2021 to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property and to all persons who requested further notice.
Thank you very much. And although it says here the planner, John Voss, will now give a brief overview of the application. I think the presentation is so brief, you're just available for questions. Is that correct, John?
That is correct.
Excellent. Does anyone have any questions for John on this holding provision? Councillor Bonagor, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. John, some people have been in touch with me regarding flooding on their neighbouring properties. I just wanted to clarify with you, are those issues or discussions about kind of water impacts, are those impacted at all by today's decision?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bonagor. The flooding concerns are not related specifically to the holding removal that's being requested. The specific technical requirements are not regarding grading or drainage, but we are aware of those concerns and will be meeting with the potential neighbors regarding how that can be remediated.
Okay, that's so. So I don't need to make any requests for additional consultation on that matter. It's just going to be part of the process as it stands.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bonagor, that's correct. No additional requirements are necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, don't go too far away. Let me finish reading what we have here. We have no further questions for staff. We have no registered delegations. I will now check with the deputy clerk to see if her phone's been ringing.
We have not received any calls, Mayor.
Thank you very much. As the deputy clerk informs me, there are no further speakers. This formal public meeting is concluded and the application is now open to council for a motion and debate. If anyone would like to receive further notice of this application after the meeting, please contact the planner, John Voss, at 519-747-8527. I will now look to Ward Councillor Bonagor to take us forward.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. I would like to move a motion to approve the application. Whereas Council has considered all written and oral submissions from the public and stakeholders, And whereas Council has considered the professional opinions of planning staff, therefore be it resolved that Council approve report IPPW 2021-019 and that Council approve zoning bylaw amendment Z-20-04 for 93 to 119 Rogers Street to be approved in accordance with Section 5 of IPPW 2021-019. And I will be voting in favour of that.
It's Councillor Hanmer. I'm happy to second that motion, and I too will vote in favour.
Councillor Bodley in favour.
And I think we can skip all the way over to Councillor Vasic.
Oh, Councillor Vasic in favour.
Councillor Henry in favour.
And the mayor's in favor too. That passes with those of us who are here. Thank you very much, John, for bringing this to our attention. Thank you, Councillor Bonagor, for stick handling this forward for us as well. And rid of that. We move on to item 14, a notice of motion. And I think at this point that Councillor Henry departs, so we'll let Councillor Henry know when to come back. I'll turn over to Councillor Bonagor to talk a bit about her notice of motion that we will be considering. We're considering this right now, right? Yeah, we're considering that.
Oh.
Okay. Please.
I had intended to file the notice of motion to consider it an upcoming, the next meeting.
Oh, okay.
Just by the usual rules.
Okay, so it made it to the packet deadline, which means it has been out there, which means we can deal with it tonight, should you so choose. And I would suggest that, based on the wording of it, it's just to bring a report. So I would say let's go for it, Councillor Bonagor.
Okay, first of all, I need to apologize to members of the media who had been asking me to speak about this in the lead up, because I had been telling them there was no decision to be made tonight and that I would speak to them about it later. So yeah, apologies, but this is how council rolls sometimes.
Yeah, it's good. You know, I think it's a good program, and you'll have lots of time for media interviews in the coming 24 and 48 hours, so it'll be good.
I just don't want to, yes, sorry, I just wanted to put that apology out there. So the motion I like to bring is really because, just for a little bit of context, I think anyone across the city has very clearly seen the impact that changing weather patterns have had on long-standing programs. And I flagged this last year that I was hoping to bring this forward, and now I'm doing so because I think it's just incumbent upon us to keep a very close eye on our activities as the impacts of climate change continue to be felt. So I shall read it all out. Whereas the global climate crisis is bringing great fluctuations to local weather patterns, and the city's seasonal leaf pickup program is impacted by this increasingly unpredictable weather. Whereas the leaf pickup program has been running since the 1960s and last came before council in 2015 and is intended to keep storm drains clear of leaves from boulevard trees. Whereas there is a widespread community practice of raking leaves from private front yards and backyards to the curb, often in advance of scheduled leaf pickup or after leaf pickup dates have passed, which creates large piles that can pose considerable challenges to driving, biking, and walking. Whereas the confluence of leaf piles and snow or ice events can hamper the ability of staff to respond to both leaf pickup and essential winter transportation needs. And whereas the flow-on impacts of this ice and leaf confluence can negatively impact both staff capacity and mobility in the city, therefore be it resolved that Waterloo City Council direct staff to bring a report on the future options of the program, factoring in previous research and public consultation, as well as current and projected financial and staff costs. So that is the
Well,
motion.
we certainly get our money's worth with that. I love the confluence aspect of that, Councillor Bonagor. Well written, well written. Let's see. I see your counterpart, Councillor Hanmer, who would be up next, who is willing to second. Do you have any further commentary on that before I turn it over to Councillor Bonagor?
I hear a lot from people when it comes to leaves. There are residents who appreciate the program, but I hear more from people who don't. It creates huge headaches, particularly for cyclists, as we're trying to be more accepting of all season cycling. Pedestrians have trouble with it, and then the poor transportation teams trucking around with massive pickup trucks because these leaf piles are frozen. It's creating problems right across the city. And in addition to that, leaves are a great way to actually feed the soil. I mean, we had that great delegate come before us was that our December meeting, the crazy long one? Just talking about the great habitat that fallen leaves can have in a garden and the great nutrients that it can feed into the soils. So this is an opportunity, I think, to really critically assess what we're doing and potentially go in a direction that's better for the city and better for the soil as well.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to go over to Councillor Hanmer to second it, not to vote for it, just to get on the table, and then we'll have Councillor Bodley add his questions, comments. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second with a comment. I too think this is a program that has had its time. There are lots of things that have changed that have been very eloquently outlined by Councillor Bonagor. So it is an opportunity for us to take a look at what is in the best interest of the environment, what is in the best interest of the city, and what it is in the best interest of our staff who have to be operating these programs. I do think there are alternatives for us to consider, and I look forward to the report coming back from the staff with options.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. And over to you, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through Mayor Jaworski. I'm not sure who this is a question to be honest with you, but I guess I'll just put it out there and see who answers.
It will be for the proponent. It'll be for Councillor Bonagor.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. My question is, given I don't get this from your motion, so I'm just making a point of clarification, I guess, to start with. The intent of this is not to go back out for further public engagement, and the justification for that is that it was done so recently. Maybe that's my first bit of clarification.
Yes, that is correct, Councillor Bodley.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps this is a question for staff that is relevant to this. In 2015, was there a similar report completed? And is the intention to update that report or to just give us that report? Councillor Bonagor, I guess that's for both parties.
Okay, I will look to Jenny, Christine, or Cam, who may know the answer to the 2015 question.
I'll talk. It's Cam. I'll answer that. In 2015, we did have a report came forward with, I believe, 3 different options, which council obviously chose to actually spend a little bit more and continue with the program with a couple of slight tweaks. So we would bring back a very similar report with, I believe, similar, if not identical options. There might be a couple of different ones or a nuance perhaps that we've learned from neighbors or other communities in the province to take a look at. But we would come back in a very similar fashion, but we would update it with the current costs since 2015 and the trend of where it's been going based on the weather patterns that we've been seeing and just the difficult time we've been having. in trying to meet the expectations both from a leaf perspective as well as from a snow clearing and winter maintenance perspective. That is my intention as the commissioner, and I'm open to obviously a different direction from our council.
No, that's good clarification. I just wanted to be certain about what I was voting on. It sounds good to me. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bodley, for bringing that up, and Councillor Bonagor for the clarification. I think Mr. Rapp is right. You know, the consultation was quite recent in relative basis, but the reality is time marches on quite quickly, and you know, so for us to have a second look at it in a subsequent term of council certainly makes a lot of sense with all of our transportation master plan. All the things that have changed around us now, notwithstanding the fact that there's you know, climate crisis, lots has changed in the intervening years. So it's good to have a another look at it and a debate at council, and that's what we'll do when this does come forward. I don't see any further questions on this, and with that, I will go to the proponent to begin the vote.
This is Councillor Bonagor. I vote in favour of the motion.
Councillor Hanmer, in favor of the motion.
Councillor Bodley, in favor.
And we would skip over to Councillor Vasic.
All right, sorry. Councillor Vasic, in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too, with the conflict declared by Councillor Henry. So that carries with all of us who are at the council table at this time. And so we'll see, there's no, to Councillor Bonagor, there was no projected time frame. It was left in staff hands to come back at a reasonable time. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Excellent, thank you. And just one moment, please. And we have Councillor Henry back to join us to finish this off. We move on to questions. Are there questions of council? Item 17, questions of council to staff. Seeing none, items under new business, and I do have one, but I'll see what else is out there. And while people give some thought to that, I wanted to highlight the fact that in Ontario, a large company, 7-Eleven, which has, I think, 60-some outlets here in Ontario, 2 in Waterloo, has done sort of a blanket request to serve alcohol. And I think a lot of people thought it was originally to sell alcohol, like craft beer, something like that. But it sounds like they really want to sell alcohol for consumption on premises. And this was something that came up at my Ontario Big City Mayors caucus on Friday. It was discussed there, and a motion was put on the table that the mayors, let me just pull this up. The Big City Mayors that defer any liquor licensing process until at this time on this request. And that was really due to the fact that this is a highly unusual request, and also the fact that during COVID-19, we're waiting for our legitimate bars to survive and thrive, and that now is not the time to be looking at that. And so what I wanted to do, and since I'm sitting in the chair, I'll put words in somebody's mouths, which probably be our 2 ward councillors, and just let me pull that up. Direct staff to review 7-Eleven's application to the AGCO and submit responses with any and all municipal concerns. And so I just really want to ensure that we as City of Waterloo, with 2 of these sites here, take a good hard look at what the proponent is asking for, look for any concerns, and certainly highlight them to the AGCO. I do know this was brought to the table at the Ontario Big City Mayors by the Mayor of Ajax, who is actually bringing a resolution, a full resolution, to his council table tonight there. So I'll look to Councillor Henry to move this and ask Councillor Vasek, who has one as well, to consider seconding it. Over to you, Councillor Henry.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for bringing this to our attention and giving us some further background on the broader Ontario conversation that's happening around the those big mayor tables, and hopefully those these things can have an impact on the province. I would say that the location at Kingan University is surrounded by establishments that rely on people in the surrounding area who are not as numerous as they used to be able to carry on their business, of which alcohol service is a significant part. The idea that they would continue to be restricted, and this business, which I don't know where the heck it would fit even inside this particular location at 7-Eleven, would be able to serve while other places have had to be closed or under severe restrictions would just seems, it seems completely ludicrous and isn't the way that we want to recover. We don't want to recover through all of our businesses being run through 7-Eleven. We want a broad recovery that includes everybody. And so there's a lot to consider, a lot to think about, and the timing is the first part of this that stinks. So I'm certainly happy to move the motion that you described and to vote in favor if we're voting now on those things.
Sure, and I'll just look to Councillor Vasek to see if you'd like to second it and have any comments.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it. And also I'll be very curious how the vote goes in Ajax. That's where I grew up and I spent a lot of my teenage evenings at 7-Eleven. That's just a fun commentary. I second, and I'll vote when we're supposed to.
Good thing we didn't allow service of alcohol back then. You were growing up. Just another proof point we can add to the list. How well you turned out thanks to the non-service of alcohol there. Where are we in the voting? Let's go to Councillor Bonagor.
I don't think Councillor Vasek actually cast a vote.
Thank you.
No, I didn't. Where is now the time?
Sure. Councillor Henry, did you vote?
Yeah, he did.
Okay,
I'll
go
vote
ahead,
in favor.
Councillor.
I'll vote in
Okay,
favor.
Councillor Bonagor. Thanks.
Councillor Bonagor in favour.
This is confusing. Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
And that would be it. So I vote in favor, and that then carries. Mr. Anderson will make sure that the various teams take a good look at the proponent's application and weigh in. So thank you all for that, for formalizing it. I now look to, oh, is there any other new business? Seeing none. I will look to the enactment of bylaws, and I'll just draw your attention to an additional bylaw, which may or may not be on the screen. Is it? Yes, it is. Bylaw D, which is the, let me just read that. Is that it? One moment, please. I just want to make sure we have it right. One moment while we go through this. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I had different wording here, but it is correct. So the new item is 19D, and it is worded correctly. I will look to Councillor Bodley.
Never in the history of enactment of bylaws has there been such suspense and buildup, so I appreciate you looking to me. I will move the bylaws and vote in favor.
Over to Ward 5.
Right, sorry. Councillor Vasek in favor.
You have to second it, Councillor Vasek.
Sorry, I'm smelling dinner being made upstairs. I think my brain is there. Councillor Vasek seconds and is in favor.
Thank you.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
The mayor's in favor too. The bylaws pass, and let's go with Councillor Hanmer to take us home on a motion to adjourn and voting.
I move, Councillor Hanmer moves adjournment of our February 22nd meeting, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley will second that motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Vasek in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. We stand adjourned with daylight still showing on the outside. So that's very encouraging. So thank you all. And we got a lot done today, and we will see you again. All the best.